open the window of heaven. Me making 111 members of parliament. Naila tok one day me prayer this morning. Putting me here na haring prayer me this morning. La how me play and run with this gaman na leading people play. People play ambitions play na current play. Me plan now come long kiss him service go na give him service lo all na bring him all na ready him all come back play too. Thank you Jesus. Me play all get a members me play stop here. All get a time me play facing plenty pressure. People play all you need. All get a heavy. Also can knock the door every morning. All get a day me play facing hard time. How one play can kiss him saving these people, but God me play ambitions play you, me play let him hand play you. When him wrote man play kiss him, na save him all, na lead him on, la look at him all, he gonna have Jesus who come. Total this play money ban play talk issue play country, blessing Prime Minister, all ministers, all members of Parliament, and opposition leader, you all get can kiss him, na sigel him, good plan and no good ban play scale him talk issue play country, na learn him display here, he gonna election to become. Election to become God lo heaven, leader you to samakim. Sambla lo yumi lo display now yumi stop here, sambla me yumi na kam, sambla bali kam, God lo heaven just one dem play election play yumi lo display. Time to. Election in no play something. Papa God me pray and let him all get a program lo display day go hand play you. Thank lo harim blon play. Prayer blon play go send lo good plan a powerful name play Jesus. You all get a prayer where Jesus is leading all disciples. Our Father in heaven,
hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Honourable members, I have to inform the Parliament that His Excellency Mr. Nohu Yuki Watanabe, Ambassador of Japan and diplomatic staff are present in the Speaker's Gallery. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend to the distinguished visitors a very warm welcome to the National Parliament. Petitions? Notices? Questions without notices, 45 minutes. The Honourable Member for Goroga.
Listen, follow-up notice, follow-up question below me last sit-in. Me like talk podium go Minister of Justice was no stop so, but with relative to the message go Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, before me talk me like give me quick background to so long question below me. Last sitting me been raising one issue blow cheap alcohol in the country. Me like raising get now. Want to legal example. Mr. Speaker, time me been talk last sitting and me go district time. Tupla mangi lo goroga tupla drink beer go na. All been causing big disturbance of town. Now, Goroga town have been passed, completely passed for 2 days. Because the spark road is la tubla young la mangita sol. All drink this la beer, live lave. Now, can beer, can wine beer, can all cheap beer stab in Salos la country blame me, especially the province blame me Goroga. Now, maybe raising la issue last sitting. Now get me like raising, but me like asking Prime Minister. Ina ba yumi set him up one block committee. The Parliament lo look lo this la issue block cheap beer inside the country blame me. Election time come close to now. If you don't have a control over this la sale block beer, na kind of same. All youths blow me was spark now about kind no time the election. Concern blow me and me losing now the Prime Minister. If we can set up a parliamentary committee to look at the issue of this cheap beer coming into the country, creation of the alcohol industry in this country. How can we monitor him? Who's monitoring it? Now, policy blow alcohol inside the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a question from me, Angolo Prime Minister.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me, I'm a long question, member of Goroka. Same concern, long destruction where cheap beer, work lo cosim long society amongst long all, especially all youths. The member for Goroka also earlier, I think in last sitting, introduced a bill in Parliament to deal with the issue of penalty law, increasing penalty law drugs. So his heart is in the right place, and let me assure him through this question, the committee that he wants us to set up to look into the issue on cheap alcohol and where it is coming from. We'll set this committee up so that it can get going to, just like we've set the public sector reform committee that Parliament has, a committee on the cheap alcohol and consumption of alcohol in our country can be looked at so that they assist us with a better policy at arm's length from the executive government and for our consideration. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. We give a positive response to the good member's question. Thank you very much.
The honorable member for Kairagu. We have a supplementary. What is your supplementary, honorable member for Mosby Northeast?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lo Edim talk lo member of Goroga. Same last Parliament, me been asking in support of that question at in NTDC Mipla 2 now long. Licensing Commission Mipla meeting finish. Now Mambla give notice law all display online walking cheap beer long National Capital District. Honorable Disla 2 me like ask him Treasurer or Luke Sawell or all IRC so that we can work with them city authority long manufacturing all cheap beer because Mitinol's employee allow him IRC lo caramel spirit. He come inside of this country at only got special clearance. Number one. Number two, beer SP Emika need long food and sanitation where 7% they go down. Now spirit and 37% they go under. So all this manufacturing industry take him advantage between 37% and 7%. So namelo disla IRC na city authority lower license or legal license through he can look somewhere or send me like ask him this supplementary cost and even Prime Minister can beg him or Minister of Treasury and can talk with them IRC lo come up with a formula so that all those cheap alcohol can regulate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So supplementary blue like Prime Minister. Because you will call him now Prime Minister can.
Prime Minister can answer him this, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Lord. Supplementary member of must be noticed. One can also me talk long Parliament Committee, look display. We'll set the committee up today, in fact, and then the committee can have a look into this one. We do acknowledge that the issue of alcohol has gone, uncontrolled use, consumption, sale of alcohol has gone beyond what alcohol is supposed to be in our country. And so we'll get a Parliament Committee to look into this one, including the tax margin, the margins we have in as far as IRC's charts on these alcohol contents are concerned. We don't want to make it expensive, but we also want to ensure that the proper use and sale of alcohol takes place, and people are also consuming alcohol in the right manner and spirit that alcohol should be consumed for those who choose to consume alcohol. All this we can condense into terms of reference for the committee, and the committee work through. As the committee work through, hopefully the committee could recommend and we could get members from both sides of the House to sit in this, and we find something that is workable in as far as alcohol policy in our country is concerned. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member of Kairagu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question without notice is directed to the Minister for SEPA, the Honorable Wera Mori. Mr. Speaker, in November of last year, I was privileged to have been selected by government or the Prime Minister to accompany the Minister himself as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy to COP26 meeting in Glasgow in Scotland. In relation to COP26 or carbon trade, it is a program that has a lot of monetary benefit in it. In fact, the whole of European Union countries have committed up to 100 billion in carbon trade to help underprivileged or underdeveloped countries, including the Western countries. It's a $6 trillion program. A lot of other Pacific Island nations are tapping benefits, including Australia and New Zealand, are tapping into this program and benefiting the indigenous landowners. My question to the Minister is, back from the program or meeting, do we have a mechanism established by your department in order for Papua New Guineans to draw down on these funds regarding carbon trade? Because some of us are already gearing up to draw down on the funds. It's just that we're still confused. That as members of government, do we follow the Minister's preferred rainforest or Kevin Conrad concept, or do we follow the Oro Governor Gary Jufa's concept? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Law, Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to basically thank the Honourable Member for Karikuiri for asking these questions. My notable absence in government caucus today was basically walking the talk on the post-COP26. I'd like to basically say this at the outset, that it is true that the industrialized world are now putting funds together to help countries to mitigate the impact of climate change. What is of relevance to Papua New Guinea is the fact that how can we monetize our rich biodiversity? And this is basically what the crunch of the matter is. In actual fact, there are two ways to approach that. One is the voluntary mechanism of which that is spearheaded by the good governor for Oro and etc. And the other one is the option for us to go under a national framework. Let me basically give you the, just basically the differences between the two approaches. Under the voluntary scheme, it's where the national government will basically have no visibility on it. It is an arrangement that will be for the selected group of landowners in a particular region of the country, and they would be assisted by very reputable organizations to basically market the carbon credits, and that the benefits will directly flow onto them. Under the national framework, and this is where we take cue from the statement made by the Prime Minister in his last address to the United Nations, and it is that the industrialized world must pay Papua New Guinea for us to preserve our rainforest. So this is the national framework of which we are developing, and that recently Cabinet had approved the setup of a secretariat, of which now this morning I actually sat down with those involved to basically do that, because next week, for us to drive this national framework, we will need the assistance. It's not Kevin Conrad, but the assistance of those entities, global entities, That will be in actual fact including our partnership with Ernst Young, which is one of the largest accounting firm in the world, and other groups, including, my recent, my also meeting with the group that of discussions held with one of our, wealthiest person on earth, which is Bill Gates and etc., how they would come in to participate in this program so we can bring in money into the country. The reason why we have got to strongly advocate under a national framework is so that the state will have the upper hand, will have visibility. So we are in that process now. We are now in the process of setting up the secretariat, which will have discussions with other line agencies like Department of Forestry, National Planning, Finance, etc. So when we bring in the money, how do we? We have got to have an amicable formula which we have got to arrive at as to how those funds can be dispersed. So thank you for the good honourable member for asking these questions. So the simple answer is that yes, we are now working on the processes to arrive at that so that we can be able to get both schemes under the voluntary scheme as well as the national framework to come under one umbrella. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a supplementary. Honourable Governor.
Speaker, my supplementary question following up from the member for Karukuiri to the Minister is this, that as part of our national response to the Paris agreement to meet our obligation on climate change, the government has also agreed to do all it can to conserve and preserve some of our natural rainforest area. Apart from carbon trading, this is a major part of our obligation under Paris Agreement. So in this respect, the government has come up with this plan to pass this law on Protected Areas Act. And we have been talking about it for a long time, and we are still talking. So my supplementary question to the Minister is that when is this law going to come to Parliament now so we can pass this law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the supplementary question, the Honourable Governor for NCD. Yes, it is in our collective interest to ensure that that Protection Act is before Parliament for us to pass it. At the moment, it's basically before the state solicitors, and that as and when this basically becomes available, we will bring it into Parliament for it to be enacted. And I'm thankful for the question. I'm pretty sure that we will try and get it done in the next Parliament before we go into the next 2022 national general elections, so that it can become a law before we go into the next elections. Thank you.
We have a point of order. Honourable Governor, what's your point of order?
Actually, it's just a point of clarification, given that the project in Oro that we are...
Honourable Governor, what is it? Is it a point of order or a point of clarification?
Well, both.
It cannot be both.
Can I have a moment to clarify then?
No, I cannot allow you. This is question time, so if you want, you can ask a question. But give him clarification or the slam by chain on allow him. Question time. So you can rephrase him, just like him up questions, suppose you like.
Done. Thank you.
Okay, give him you see now, ask him, give him you time, ask him the question, please.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, through Mr. Speaker, but just before me asking question, let me like clarify also project, let me plan Oro province. Carbon trade project. Sustainable land management project, of which carbon trade may be a component. But right now, price flow, atmospheric carbon and low to mass. So, got incentive lo mipla lo embark lo this project until such time as this price go lo one level where by incentivizing mipla lo embark lo kind project. So, like clarifying past time. Question blow me and blow Minister blow mining.
Okay. Sheila, you finish, so you ask him, you make him this point of clarification. It's out of order. I'm out, but you ask a question, blue now, Minister of Mining.
Thank you, true, Mr. Speaker. Minister of Mining, you may have also this alluvial mining activity and reserve law Papua New Guineans. But people are looking also plenty of foreigners now we work come inside law display activity. Now only involving more yet law display business. Now plenty of these foreigners he buy gold law one price where no fair law all Papua New Guinean operators inside the country. Now some time you go finish where me work one time you law one bill where me can pass him law where me can enforce him all this law so that this business and by start law handle Papua New Guinea that's all get a business law Papua New Guinea look also me work law game go come all get a line me yet by me one end. Now this one business law me gold he work law gold handle all foreigners now only abusing this system because only no buy him gold law proper price only work law abuse him world market price because intention law only no profit and not law intention. So one time by this bill come law here enough you talk several of mipla because some blah mipla wait go now year finished now election 2 by come up now also one end online blah mila plus or work law questioning me close to law this business. So mipla work law protect him who side now mipla less law current bill come law here enough mipla talk out law here oh thank you.
Honorable Minister of Mining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May also thank you again, Law. Governor Law this Coaston. I think Law this House one time we talk finish also. Alluvial mining activity Law this country. I mean no got 1+10 alone policy. But because mining activity me kisim la put him boom one time main mining act this time me look sovereign and now me like bring him in stand alone mining act and now I start law process blogging this morning me find him out also I start law stage all now. Me like talking Papua New Guinea also. Alluvial mining activity, me one business where me reserved lo Papua New Guineans. This la me talk again. Inside law this la act. One law policy me put him inside. Lo make him all Papua New Guineans involved plenty, Mr. Speaker. Lo this activity. And by minimal sem. Plenty blow this activity. Plenty time all go through law. One agreement. We're all working 49, 49, sorry, Mr. Speaker. 50, 49. 51, 49. Now me like giving more benefit to Papua New Guinea way. All kata gold, alluvial gold produced lo this country must go through lo one process, refined process now by exporting. And one problem new benefit when me giving me go lo or government lo Papua New Guinea giving me go lo all we only involve lo alluvial mining activity lo this country. Mr. Speaker, inside lo next coming Parliament session, but me bring him this alluvial mining act, so that Papua New Guinea by kissing benefit, lo this alluvial mining, hard rock mining, yes, employ international partners where USAID got money, lo by can work partner one time Papua New Guinea, but lo this alluvial mining, employ reserve business where plenty all Papua New Guinea must involve na straight him down law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member of Makam, the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, question below me like asking me go to Education Minister, but it looking more stable floor. Me by asking me go to Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Prime Minister, time you come inside law office, you may do away one time free education. Now you may lare mol papa mama I buy him school fee. All two must help him lo carry him heavy. Long all pikini all come up him. Because pandemic he come up now wisdom lo government he announce him finish free education lo you may help him all papa mama behind lo disla COVID pandemic. Mr. Speaker, now by time lo go to school now. Now you may ogata member by sawe ogata papa by come lo you may lo ask him. Government lo you talk out finish or send by you may give him school fee. But he got sample school now only impose him sample school fee finish. So he'll have you talk sawe lo this la parliament. Suppose this la free education policy now government lo you put him. He still allow him all school law, impose him all narapla fees like project fee or nogat. Suppose all by impose him all this la project fee. Amazon by limit long impose him this pla. Because no good. All school fee all mark him by average him. Think na wisdom lo this la government law make him give him free education go law. All picking in law, elementary go law, grade 12. So Mr. Speaker, he asked him, Prime Minister, if he can clarify him this law, free education policy where government today put him the budget, will help him all papa mama. Now, can make him clear if there is other imposed school fee apart from the free education, you may give him long all papa mama lo this law academic year of education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Me like to thank you, Lord. Long, Jimmy Makam, ask him a good question. Mr. The Deputy Speaker's question is for us to seek establish clarity to all our parents and citizens, as well as more importantly to our school boards and school administrators right across our country on where we stand and where they must stand in respect to our public policy in school fees and what they should charge at the level to parents and guardians of our children right across our country. Mr. Speaker, when we took office in 2019, budget was tight. Every one of us to share responsibility. So from elementary to secondary school and national high schools, we allowed for 63% of school fee to be subsidized or paid by the national government, national budget, and 37% to be passed back to parents, guardians, and as well as local districts or provincial governments. And on record, let me appreciate provincial governments and districts who have carried and assisted parents in the 37% component of the school fee in 2020 and 2021. Now, circumstances is different from what it was in 2019. When we framed our 2020 budget, COVID-19 hitting global economy and hitting our own, that has a direct impact on parents and citizens in their ability to pay for school fees. Hindsight, what has happened in 2020 and 2021, we felt responsible as government to lighten the burden of our people by picking also the 37% that they were paying in the elementary, primary schools, high school, and secondary schools. The entire 100% school fee is covered for all schools up to year 12, as well as we are funding and ensuring full funding for post-grade 12, especially those who enter colleges and universities. Continues, our testers continue, as well as the higher education loan program for kids who are struggling with parents, those who do not qualify for hackers and testers and are required to pay out of their own pocket. Then the higher education loan program continues. They could have access to additional support to pay for their school fees in 2022 academic year. For clarity, to inform our nation that at no instance should school boards be collecting extra school fees except what the National Education Board sets for project fees. Project fees is to be collected, but project fees should not be beyond 20% of what is the school fee benchmark. That is the policy, that is the requirement, and for parents and citizens right across our country, if our school charges beyond 20% what is labeled as project fee, then that is improper. Those school boards needs to be told, needs to be advised, and I ask all members of under your chairmanship in your districts, more importantly also all provincial governors, because the education at lower level is a provincial function. I ask all provincial governments to have a keen interest that your provincial education board translates the National Education Board's policy direction that project fees must not be above 20%. That range from 0 to 20%. The discretion lies. No school board in our country should be setting project fees or school fees under the provision of project fees beyond 20% of what is required by law. And all school fees per se is being paid by the national government in this instance. I express school fee in respect to tuition fee. And I will get the education minister to make total clarity on this in a paid advertisement and by circular out to all provinces for provinces to use the circular as a reference point in making and ensuring that the correct fees are charged to our parents and citizens, as well as disbursements are happening to the schools. I take this question time to also announce that we have already disbursed 321 million kina out of the 632 million kina that is in budget for the lower education school fee. That has been disbursed to the education department. They're working with all schools right across our country to ensure as academic year opens, there's money in our school accounts to ensure schools are operational right through. I repeat again in closing, it is incumbent upon all provincial governors through your provincial administrators to ensure that your provincial education board is working with all schools to ensure 2022 academic year starts with minimal disturbances, especially in the face of election year. With COVID abound, we don't want to compromise the safety and the ease of access to school for all our students nationwide. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member Blungai.
Thank you. Through you, may I direct my question to the Honorable Prime Minister? Before me ask him, not me seeking Parliament law, sense of question time.
You got big time, Mr. Viet.
Oh, it's not better. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question to the Prime Minister and two questions. Number one, Prime Minister, thank you. You come to opening Koroka market this month. Thank you. Maybe good talk China. Sometimes maybe no ten up law. This location, but thank you. You come now. Opening Koroka market. Number one question, Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, is regarding some money where I'm giving the province of government. I think I'm 64 million Suppose this la figure correct. La want la about you make him come la province. Now you give him 64 million. La Eastern Highlands provincial government. Now time member la hingga nufi want me go look in the office. Itu kisla amount and now start on the provincial government. So, Mr. Speaker, me like sabe the Prime Minister this la money and lo give me come long all districts or lo provincial government. Na lo one work. Time Prime Minister again come long Kainantu. Thank you, Prime Minister. You've been talked out to also by one district law Eastern Highlands by 4 million law road district roads. Now me want them hanging off the district and mitla still wait yet. Law this la 4 million where you promise him the one district here. Suppose you've been giving the provincial government through this la 64 million. Mitla no ximet so mitla like Harim or mitla people law hanging off you want them ungai bena na Papua New Guinea like sabe. This la 64 million law one purpose. You give me the provincial government. Thank you, 64 million you give him come. But me like no kisim one pla money inside los 64 million so me like saveta so lem lo when him work you give him come the provincial government 4 million where you promise him lo kanan too. Lo me pla one district and me pla some may oxin finish but Eastern ungai pena one time. Engano district me like no kisim. Number 2 question. Mr. Speaker, Iglo Butla Prime Minister, lost side plot DSIP funds plot 2022. Mipla gives him some reliable information from finance or some warrant or is in finish. Tracy is in warrant finish. He come law finance law release him. 3 million law one member established government side. Now suppose this la information emi true. Suppose this la information emi true, Prime Minister. Me sabe you say believe lo fairness. Some la line inside the system was in tres rao. Usad emi make it or some 3 million law. One district. Established government site. That's like totally unfair. And that should never be done. Because, Prime Minister, last year me asked him a question, one kind of question, no here. Me asked him also, me bla opposition line here, me bla 3 million that's all. Don November me asked him you. Whilst all line lo upside, oxim finish, some 7-8 million finish. So you make him this la, commitment, Prime Minister, or some, by you make sure balance or this la money by release, and it happened. Thank you, Prime Minister. So somebody on that side, someone on that side,
Order.
It's been unfair to the opposition side here. Now, not also Prime Minister, you talk all same school fee. Yeah. Mipla by helping lo pay ma. Now suppose mipla no simple isapi how mipla salim beginning lo district lo imply lo school in terms of supporting our.
You may get point of order, member. Point of order, Mr. Prime Minister.
With respect, lo member Blongai Bena, me like let him talk. Me no talk lo this year by pay school fee. I me talk last 2 years. Me play. National government paying 67%, 63%. So districts now province plenty help for school fee. But this year go national government seem 100% penny. So when I'm can DSI come, you can work him lo nadla program lo help him district.
Thank you. Prime Minister, point of order is in order. Honorable.
Thank you,
Member.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Prime Minister, correct law. Law primary in all Arab school, but law. Those are institutions. People are still helping me. So that's where I'm coming from. So people are needing funds law this year, law helping more school fees, law sumatin olgolo tertiary institution. So if those members on that side are receiving 3 million, according to some information that we received from Treasury, now please be fair to us, Prime Minister. You good man. Treasurer lo apia, work lo raising warrant. Lo look at him all government side members of Solia. Treasurer, you better be fair.
Hello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member. We have a point of order, yes, Mr. Treasurer.
Mr. Speaker, I take note of the comments by our leader. Could we ask him to rephrase his comments so that he's asking a question and not making very wrongful and unsubstantiated allegations in relation to his comments that Treasury has been unfair? For the record, Mr. Speaker, for the record, for 2021, Treasury had played its part very fairly and warranted all 111 districts and provinces to receive their full amount of the DSIP. In fact, Mr. Speaker, at BMC meeting number 1 for this year, when I had queried the same source that he quoted, that's the Department of Finance, the Secretary, in fact, I had asked them to provide me with a remittance advice, and if I was queried on the floor of Parliament, could I say publicly that all provinces and districts had received their funds? His answer was affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister. Question belong Honorable Member Blongai Gamlo Yuso. You answer him. Question belong.
Mr. Speaker, meeting him by asking yet na point of order I come na missing on yet again.
Okay, you Larry. Honorable Member, it seems that you are repeating the very same question 2 or 3 times. So you've repeated that 2 or 3 times. So you ask him, can I like Harem Nubla, Pipelo Desla question.
Mr. Speaker, when I'm happy me make him repeat him. You talking me?
You repeat him Desla 3 million online you repeat him 2 time or 3 time?
No.
So was me no wrong. So you ask him again Nubla Pipelo Nubla Desla question Nubla Pipelo. So you like repeat him again, and question blue you will drag him na time will finish.
No, me talk also last year. Me line the opposition and me kiss him 4.9 million lo November. Whilst online lo happy I'll kiss him, before November. So that's where I'm coming from, Treasurer. Me come also not the society, Mr. Treasurer. Or some so me like Saveta sola 64 million. 64 million where
Have you repeating you again now? Honorable Member, you are repeating yourself again on that 64 million. So I will allow the Prime Minister to answer questions. Honorable Prime Minister. No got point of order. Prime Minister, you ask him question, please. Answer a question, Blongai Bena. Honorable Member Nawab, you take your seat, resume your seat. I will allow the Prime Minister to answer the question from Member Fongai Bena. Honorable Prime Minister.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a question that needs a good response. Every member of Parliament are entitled to ask questions, and Member Blongai, me ask him this question long, bring him some little grievance me got in as far as disbursement of resources concerned. Law people Blongai Bena. As well as I think I'm kissing mouse opposition side of Parliament and make him question 2. In fact, in respect to the second question, Logan. I'll get straight to the point. Last year, when I came for a provincial visit to Eastern Highlands, Mipla disbursed him 64 million Kinami. You talk I'm correct, and those were budgeted for in the budget. When me as Prime Minister, me run around if consistent with national plan, suppose. People are making commitment. Next budget, we pick him up. One of people around kiss him, go distribute him, and one of them start finish the budget where he passing. Last year, people go, one of them start long 2021 budget, long all Eastern Highlands Road. Me play Karem, na go na. Me think him also Treasury, Finance, Planning or Disbursing, Samblagolo District, Samblagolo Province. Prime Minister Woklogan, Logoran, Lo details, Lo checking, one map. When I came out from Eastern Islands, I realized that the entire 64 million kina SPE 2021 budget was warranted to the provincial government, and the provincial government is in receipt of that funding. And also consistent with the budget, I think the provincial government pegged the budget 2021 against the national government allocations. And all the Eastern Highlands roads, if I am not wrong, were also factored in the Eastern Highlands provincial budget. And so, Member Blonga, Utah Sol, I did receive some words from the member for Goroka, for instance. Out of the 64 million kina, 10 million was what was budgeted for Goroka town roads. I think 4 million was what was budgeted for Goroka rural roads. So, member of Goroka too, to Gamino Kisim money belong rural road yet. So, me like talk you, member Blong Ungai Bena also. National government playing politics. It's just a disbursement that went through, I think, the way 2021 budgets was structured. Where money went to, for even district roads, went to the province. So it's not bad to, at the provincial assembly and at the provincial level, you and the provincial leaders are asked to sit down. And these are public funds meant for road, including, I think, if I am not wrong, 2 million for the road that you are currently working on, that is to link Ungai Bena and right into the Ungai Ranges into the road that the current member for Hinganofi, with our support, we're running to and drop the road into the Ramu Valley. So that road for the Ramu Hinganofi Ramu Road, 4 million kina that was in last year's budget, was also given in the trends of disbursements to Eastern Highlands provincial government. So I recommend strongly that leaders from the province sit and work with the provincial administration. Those funds should be disbursed. And I note that contracts are running on those roads. In the first instance, these are funding meant for those roads. That 2 million for the Ungai Bena Road, the 4 million for the Hinganofi Road into Ramu, should by now have reached those contractors because the actual cash was met with the disbursement from our treasury as I made the electoral visit or the provincial visit to Hinganofi and to Kanantu and to Eastern Highlands. So the entire 64 million kina was transacted to the provincial treasury account. I would be believing that the treasury at Goroka has been supporting the roads that those funds were earmarked for. Based on last year's experience, Mr. Speaker, for this year and going forward, it's not just a Goroka or Eastern Highlands sort of issue. We realized that many districts were competing for the same roads and provinces were competing for the same road. So what has happened this year, the provincial roads, and I thank the National Works Minister, the provincial roads are being made out in our national budget to provinces. Our district roads have been made out to the districts, of course with the oversight of the National Works Department, and National Works Department only takes carriage of the national road programs. So to tidy this sort of mismatch, and sometimes our own differences can come in the way of effective putting to good use funds that are meant for all roads. And by the way, Mr. Speaker, we have well over 323 roads right across all our countries. District roads, provincial roads, as well as our National Connect PNG super or bigger roads that we are running. So me give him belly silo yulo meulo Goroka money go finish lo Eastern Highlands. If provincial government, release him Golong district, me give him assurance when we check when the provincial government. Even try looking what has happened to that money that is that has went through. The provincial government, from my briefings that I'm getting from the governor, it tells me that those funds are being put to good use, and I hope that interface at your level is working well there. Come back to DSIP. You talk. Thank you, behind long questionably. I would have really been, appreciate if you had said thank you first for the full 10 million kina that has come to all members in the opposition side. Mr. Speaker, the member for Ungai knows very well, we served in government ranks for many times together. And the Deputy Prime Minister sitting here will confirm that when he was in the opposition for a much longer period, governments of past have never, not just delayed, but never given the full amount. So the country must know that not just Prime Minister on this side, but the entire government ranks have been fair to all opposition districts. Last year's allocation, full 100% has gone to the members in the opposite side. If the Treasury, the Budget Management Committee level have warranted to the government members 3 million and the opposition members 1 million, you could understand. Sometimes based on cash flow, there's a preference that goes. And you've been around a long time to know that when cash flow comes in the heart, government policy decides which program goes first. But on record, I am proud to say on my government caucus, they have given me the strength to say warrant full amount to the opposition side last year, and we've delivered that. And so we will not let the opposition districts down. I think from what I've been advised, 1 million kina has gone to the opposition districts, and if it is 3 million on this side, we'll certainly try our best to ensure that there's an element of fairness, because you also represent people on your side. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, you may got supplementary, but question time for Pobla 5 minutes, and me finish. So, me not allow supplementary or no black question more now. Time you may finish. Question time has left.
Now that question time over.
The question is that the motion be the question now is sleep granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As that time, Deputy Speaker, I'm sitting down Lord Displasia. Governor Blow Western Province, he asked him one black question, law entitlements, blow people blame me, Juha, PDL area. Now, me answer him question, blame me in partner, me talk by me checking balance, blow answer. Now by me providing, he come back. So now, as the happen on me working finish now, me like giving this reply now. Look, give him full answer, law. Important question, blow, Governor Blow Western Province, Honorable Tabo Yoto.
The slime, no personal explanation, Honorable Minister. The slime you will seek him leave now, law answer him. There's a question where, one very important question where Honorable Governor or member I mean ask him. So you can go ahead now, make him this explanation.
Okay. Thank you, Lord, Belisibli, Mr. Speaker. Question blame ask him whether all people blow Juha, PDL area, all you got number one, entitlements, lokisim royalty na equity benefits. Na number two, I'm talk suppose all you got right, one in time balkisim display payments. So me seeking clarification, me take time to seeking clarification because me no like misleading all people. Blowing me law place. So me check him out this like question na answer Golsen, Mr. Speaker. Juha PDL and part blow integrated PNG LNG project. All this stuff inside this project. Asked me point him out that at the moment, this resource inside Juha PDL area only no kiss him yet, only no rouse him yet. But now me asking him that whether resource or harvest him or no got because all this stuff as part of the integrated PNG LNG project, only got right look kiss him royalty and equity benefits. Now, question then, second question is why now you no kiss him yet? This law accumulated stop. This law entitlements accumulated stop yet because land on identification process is not complete yet. Inaplo mipla starting this law process law 2020 time marape government kissim this law government mipla time lo kissim na COVID come inside. COVID come inside now for 2 years. Exxon Mobil me restrict him travel in and around the PDL areas. Ikam now 2 years now. So me plan to complete him this land on identification. But now Lord January Exxon me lift him this restrictions this month. On lift him so me plan naplo go Juha area na me plan by completing outstanding landowner identification, and then ministerial determination by Mipla Gazettim Lo Gazette, and at that point in time, by accessing entitlements, blood royalty, together with equities, Mbalikisim. Suppose MRDC go ahead now working payments law ARPLA PDL areas because those other areas are ready. Entitlements, blood people, blood Juha will be kept in a trust account until all statutory process MIPLA complete him now. This is the time by MIPLA quick time sort him out all entitlements na pay more. So this pla answer lo tupla answer lo question lo governor lo Western Province Honorable Tabo Yoto. Thank you.
Honorable members, me like talk clear on this floor parliament also. Acknowledging me get presence from all line only come long. Pinchapen district, Nawaib district, or Wokman, Wokmeri, all staff law, Yumi Tete, lo gallery. So on behalf long parliament, me extend him long you all the visitors a warm welcome to National Parliament. Honorable members, pursuant to statute, I present the combined report of the Auditor General on National Government Department and agencies on the control and transactions with or concerning the public monies and properties of Papua New Guinea, Part 2, 2016 and 2015. Chairman, Public Accounts.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Parliament take note of the paper and that the report be referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Public Accounts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, pursuant to statute, I present the report of the Auditor General on the audit of the New Britain Palm Oil Limited Trust for the years ended 31st December 2015 and 2016. Chairman, Public Accounts Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Parliament take note of the paper and that the report be referred to the Permanent Parliament Committee on Public Accounts.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Chairman, RBF.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Section 8 of the Parliamentary Members' Retirements Benefit Act 1997, I present on behalf of the committee the 2021 report on pensions and retirement benefits and wish to make a statement on it. Mr. Speaker, members of the committee who also serve as board members under the Act are myself, as Chairman, Honourable Governor for NCD, Powis Pakov, Honourable Governor for Enga, Grand Chief Sir Peter Ipatas, Honourable Governor for East New Britain, Honourable Mr. Nakakus Konga, and Member for North Fly, Honourable James Donald. We are charged with the responsibilities of making policies and overseeing the management and administration of the fund in accordance with the Act to look after the welfare of 296 former members of Parliament on pension and contribution savings for current members of Parliament. I would like to inform this Honourable House that the Committee on Board had 3 meetings in 2022 and 2 meetings last year to discuss certain amendments to the Pensions and Retirement Benefits Act, the status of the fund and matters in relation to final payments to families of deceased and current members. The policy submission on the proposed amendments to amend several provisions of the Act to increase pension benefits for former members and former Prime Ministers and to create an appropriate pension benefit for former Speakers of Parliament was submitted to the Prime Minister and the Speaker of Parliament for consideration, endorsement and implementation. The amendments were endorsed and now on the floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, with the status of the fund, I'm happy to advise members that their retirement benefit funds are safe and secure, with the state having met most of its obligations to the fund by repaying monies outstanding since 2016. At the start of our tenure, the fund assets were approximately between 12 to 15 million. The fund's cash assets total 22.4 million kina today, with no liabilities. As per provisions of Section 10 of the Act, the board invested a total of 10.5 million with Credit Corp and FinCorp Limited on interest-bearing deposits and term deposits, which have been rolled over on maturity dates and will be paid before the next general elections, ensuring that members who are entitled to a refund of contributions after the elections can expect a refund of their contributions upon loss of their seats. In addition, members who complete a minimum of 4 parliamentary service years will be entitled to a fortnightly pension for life. On the same note, I wish to inform members that your update or an update of your contributions of savings statements for 2020 is completed and available for collection in our office. The fund also facilitated advances to members who requested advances on their savings and is repayable during this term in office. Advances to members total 4.5 million kina, and the remaining cash of 7.4 million kina is held in the fund's bank account with ANZ Corporate Centre. During this term, the 10th National Parliament has so far lost 6 sitting members and 51 members of former members of Parliament, including our founding fathers of the country, Grand Chief Sir Michael Sumare, Sir Peter Luz, and Knights of the Realm, Sir Kepa Miakwe, and former GG Sir Silas Atopare, and member of the Constitutional Planning Committee, Mr. Mackenzie Daugi, first woman members of Parliament, and Minister for Justice, Nahau Rooney and Waliato Klaus, and business and aviation personality, and former Governor of Eastern Highlands, Mr. Mal Keller-Smith. We have a list attached for all of you to see. Due to the deaths of current members, which is the highest in the history of our Parliament, Honourable Thomas Pelika Minyamia, Sir Mekere Marauta, Northwest, Richard Mendani, Kerama, and Honourable Roy Biama, a middle fly, the fund has paid out final entitlements to their families. With the 2 recent deaths of Honourable Johnny Along, Middle Ramu, and Honourable Sam Akoitai, Central Bougainville, the fund is yet to pay out final entitlements to their families. The committee would also like to inform members of that audits for 2020 is due to be finalized, and once completed, will hopefully be tabled at a later date before we rise to go for elections. Finally, Mr. Speaker, despite 2019 COVID outbreak in the past 2 years of this term, hampering the work of the committee in processing the over 50 deaths of present and former members, on behalf of my committee and the board, I would like to thank the staff of the Retirement Benefits Fund and the Secretary for their tireless efforts for all of us and all former members of Parliament and eligible widows in performing the administrative duties efficiently and effectively. I commend the report to Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the question we put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Deputy Speaker. Yes. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Is leave granted? Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent notice number 299, 300, 301, 302, 303, 304, 305, government business being called forthwith.
The question is that the motion, the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 299, Minister for Justice.
I don't read it.
Mr. Clerk. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Attorney General Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Attorney General Act 1989 to provide for the powers of the Attorney General, functions of the Solicitor General and State Solicitor, and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move a second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honourable House, it is with great pleasure that I graciously take this opportunity accorded to me to introduce today's parliamentary sitting, the Attorney General Amendment 2002, Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, the government over the years has experienced varying degrees of change in the way we conduct state functions, including the very process we created and strive to protect, becoming our own worst enemies. Therefore, as a government, we must be proactive in bringing change whilst maintaining the status quo for the sake of achieving good public policy for this country. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General Amendment Bill 2022 that is being introduced for tabling in this Honourable House intends to amend the Attorney General Act of 1989, Principal Act. The Principal Act is quite unique in that it establishes three specialised legal offices, namely the Attorney General, the Solicitor General, and the State Solicitor. Mr. Speaker, the amendments are minor yet essential for the purposes of removing any ambiguity and clarifies the application of the law and related issues of dispensation of duties of the three state legal offices to strengthen delivery of quality and efficient legal services to the government, its instrumentalities, and the people of Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, a past court decision established the position in law that the State Solicitor General has to provide evidence of instructions from the Attorney General in all matters before the courts. In practice, this has made it impractical for the Solicitor General to provide evidence of receiving instructions from the Attorney General before appearing for the state in any proceedings. This position has been abused by claimants, bringing Section 5 notice under the Claims by and Against the States Act, have questioned the Solicitor General's competence to represent the state in an absence of written instructions from the Attorney General. This inadvertently obligated the Solicitor General to disclose confidential and privileged information received from the Attorney General regarding instructions to appear for the state. Mr. Speaker, this legislative reform has initiated by my office as the current Minister for Justice and supported by the Department of Justice and Attorney General to bring forth these necessary changes. The policy rationale for the amendments is intended to strengthen the government's business processes legislated by the Principal Act, which prescribes the mandated duties, functions and responsibilities of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General and reports directly to and supports my office as the Minister for Justice. Mr. Speaker, the aim of the Attorney General Act, Attorney General Amendment Bill 2022, is to provide additional powers to strengthen the functions of the Attorney General, demarcate functions of the Solicitor General, align the appointment process of the Solicitor General and State Solicitor, increase outdated penalty provisions, impose new penalty provisions, and ensure enforcement and compliance of this bill for purposes of administering justice-related matters. Mr. Speaker, the draft bill contains amendments to duties, functions, and responsibilities of the Attorney General, with additional powers to strengthen its existing functions, creation of 4 new provisions that establish the Attorney General Advisory Committee to deliberate on brief-out matters, vetting of lawyers' bills, and out-of-court settlements, creation of a new provision specifically dealing with reporting between the offices of the Attorney General, Solicitor General, and State Solicitor for a more coordinated approach on legal matters on behalf of the state. The amendments of the establishment of the Office of the Solicitor General, amendments to the appointment of the Solicitor General to be appointed through the Judicial and Legal Services Commission with the inclusion of increasing term of appointment from 3 years to 5 years consistent with the State Solicitor. Amendments to the functions of the Solicitor General. Amendments to the function of the State Solicitor with inclusions of the appointment to the office to be made by the Judicial Legal Services Commission to be consistent with that of the Solicitor General. Creation of a new transitional provision to validate any actions undertaken between the time periods of the existing Act and coming into operation of this bill, and the amendment of increased penalty provisions in the law for deterrent effect to ensure compliance with relevant provisions. The amendments are consistent with the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea and other pieces of legislation as vetted and cleared by the Office and the State Solicitor, and done in accordance with the ministerial portfolio of the Minister of Justice, and supports the Marape Basil government's fight against corruption, and reduce public expenditures by the state for brief-out matters and legal bills. The intention of these amendments are clearly to strengthen good governance in the Office of the Attorney General, limit the exposure of states of abuse of brief-out matters, and payment of exorbitant legal bills, ultimately safeguarding the state against unauthorized out-of-court settlement. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the Attorney General Amendment Bill 2022 to this Honourable House.
Honourable Member for Val.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I take note of the second reading by the Minister for Justice. I commend the paper, the amendment. I am in agreement with the amendment, but just a point of clarification. When you look at Section 6 of the amendment and Section 9, it's the expression following the appointment process as prescribed. Is that referring to the advisory, the Attorney General Advisory Committee? His relationship, the committee's relationship with the Attorney General? What is it? No, but that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's a little dubious, if that could be further clarified. Thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
The bill for an act amend the Attorney General Act 1989 to provide for the powers of the Attorney General functions of the State Solicitor General and State Solicitor and for related purposes.
Minister for Justice.
I ask that leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Honourable Member for Abau.
Mr. Speaker, while recommending the Minister for Justice in this amendment bill, I would want to pose one concern, and hopefully the Minister can take care of, and that is with regards to the new section 7A, 7B, 7C, and 7D, particularly 7A, subsection 3, and which talks about the advisory, Attorney General's advisory committee consisting of. Basically, it recommends that the Secretary for Justice, if the Secretary is not Attorney General, State Solicitor General, and State Solicitor plus D, 2 senior officers of the department at the Deputy Secretary level. I would strongly recommend the Minister to relook at it at a later time. I think everybody is in the same department, so I recommend that for D, should be 2 prominent lawyers outside, rather than from the department again, because their heads, State Solicitor, Secretary, Solicitor General, are already there. So we are talking about the same group of lawyers, and rather than having from somebody outside as an advisory committee, I strongly recommend that we should also include, particularly for Section 3D, at a later time the Minister to consider some prominent lawyers from private sector, for example. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you. I commend the Minister for Justice for bringing these proposed amendments, and particularly proposing that there be established the Attorney General's Advisory Committee to help the Minister for Justice and the Attorney General to make important decisions on behalf of the country. And part of that, under these proposed amendments, part of the powers given to that new committee will be to consider matters of briefing out lawyers on behalf of the state and checking out the bills coming back for services provided, and also advising on out-of-court settlement matters. Now, the current arrangements we have in place are completely unsatisfactory insofar as the state's interest in legal matters are concerned. It is unsatisfactory to a point where we're getting a lot of urgent injunctions, and the state bureaucracy is unable to respond in real time. So quick injunctions, we fall into default, we get injunctions against us. We also get a lot of default judgments against us, etc. And then the bills coming back to the state from lawyers representing the state, the method of brief out are so inadequate that we're having a lot of arguments and debates now about these 3 issues. One thing I have seen evolve, Mr. Speaker, over the last so many years, about the last 15 years or so, is that a cartel has developed amongst the lawyers. A cartel. I used to be part of them before. And I'm still one of them. I'm not entirely a politician yet. I'm still one of them. I monitor what's happening.
We have a point of order, Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I just want the Minister to clarify that cartel. It's an inference, unbeknown to himself. He may have put himself as part of the cartel. So, from my knowledge, the Minister, in his time as a lawyer, was amongst the best lawyers we had in our country. Practiced highest standard. He's made reference to a cartel, and he might be bring himself to be an associate of that sort of a cartel that he's made reference to.
Point of order, Prime Minister, is in order, Honourable Minister. So you make him this a statement now and become a public statement, so you need law clarify him good when you're talking.
I agree completely with the Prime Minister's objection. The legal profession has always been regarded as a noble profession, and that's the reputation we want to maintain all the way through, now and into the future. So when something happens, some new culture is evolving amongst the legal profession that threatens to erode the respect and trust for the legal profession, then we must confront it. As that erosion is beginning to take place, we confront it right there and then, and we arrest it so that that reputation as a noble profession is maintained right throughout. So what I say when I mean a cartel is the charge-out rates. A cartel evolves when a number of traders all agree to do something in a uniform way. There may be different groups of business people or practitioners in law, but if they agree to a common culture, then a cartel results out of that, where they agree to fix the rates or the charge-out rates, etc. So whether you go to a one-man operator without any office, without any infrastructure, without too many lawyers, he charges the same rate as a big international law firm, and they all charge the same. So where will you go? As a client, and government is a big consumer of legal services, where will we go? Because we go to the one-man operator, he charges the same rate as the international law firms. Without the requisite experience, without the requisite range of lawyers with the skills and expertise, all of that. So that results in a cartel, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to fixing charge-out rates. I'm not accusing them, but that's what we see as a result of their conduct. So what we need to have is to, as a government, is to confront that issue. I've seen a lot of debates between lawyers acting for the government and the Attorney General and the Minister for Justice about outstanding legal costs. And this question emerges. So it's important that this, these proposals for an amendment, this committee, at least this committee will sit down and address that. And we need to find a better way for lawyers to fix their charge-out rates so that the cartel doesn't evolve out of it, situation that has no regulation. So the establishment of this committee will look at it, but we need to go beyond that. I think we need to prescribe rules about what a lawyer's charge-out rate should be. When you graduate from university, how much should you charge? When you've got 3 years experience, how much do you charge? When you reach 5 years, this is about the time when in a properly managed law firm, ordinary lawyer, junior lawyer becomes a senior associate. At that level, what should he charge? And then after another 2 years or 7 years of legal practice, you qualify to become a partner if your standards have been right in a properly managed law firm, 7 years. So what should a junior partner's charge-out rate be? And then after 7 years and onwards, how should you? There should be criteria fixed by regulation where these standards are used. Because right now, the industry is not regulated. Therefore, everybody is charging what they want. So as a result, this bad practice has evolved where everybody, first-year lawyer, 2 years out, 3 years out, charging the same rate as everybody else with big infrastructure, high lawyers cost with plenty of senior and junior lawyers all mixed up, working together. They all charge the same rate, so you have a cartel. That's what I mean. So I have no apologies to make to the legal profession for that. It may be because the government has contributed to it. We have not cast our eyes on it and looked at the issue properly. I commend the Minister for Justice for taking on the issue. But I flag the issue because he should now, once he gets his bill passed, get these committees to sit down and look beyond this, and the rates must be fixed by law and regulation. The rates must be fixed. You 3 years out, you must charge him rate below you law, 3-year lawyer. You 5 years out, you charge him rate below you law 5 years. You got PhD now, you specialist law one area. You charge him rate below this law, set him not rate blame because him come up expertise through more investment in refining his skills. for that particular subject matter. So give him another rate. But everybody should have a rate that's fixed by law by reference to the years of practice. That way we will have some order. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is important because government got plenty millions of kina in outstanding legal costs, and the Attorney General Department has no way of how they can make a determination that this bill is fair or not fair. Also, selection law lawyers too. MIPLA need to establish in one independent system where system must lead us to the right law firm for the right matter. All different law firms only got different specializations. One kind want them all doctor, one kind want them all engineers, one time want them all accountants. All got different areas of specialization. I'm staff law lawyer too. So we need to establish criteria on how you go and get one law firm for one particular matter based on their recorded area of specialization. Instead of arbitrarily, you may give him one big constitutional law amendment or reform proposal on behalf of the government to somebody who does not have specialization in that area. So these are three big areas we need to focus on. So me apologize before me sit down. Me apologize. Suppose me making some lawyers unhappy about the way I've described it. But me like to say, Mr. Speaker, this comments me walking em lo good blablo. Now lo good blablo government blame me. Now good blablo people blo Papua New Guinea who are consumers of legal services. So you mean need lo talk strong lo you mean criticize him you mean if necessary. Now you may come out want him right answers. Me support him this la bill blo Attorney General Minister for Justice. Member blo meeting. Thank you true.
Before me entertain him question, before me ask him Honorable Minister of Justice Law. Make him some
Mr. Speaker, just to contribute to some of the debate of this bill and help clarify to the members. This bill is essentially to improve governance structures within the Attorney General. We've had cases in the past where Attorney Generals who go to university with their colleagues and then they're appointed to the Attorney General and then they start briefing out to their specific colleagues and start benefiting of public funds. This will now take the powers away from the Attorney General to separate those powers and invest it back in the department. This bill is also to tackle the issue of departments, whether authorities or provincial governments, briefing out to lawyers where those bills are not assessed. We have some cases where we have now vetting bills where they've made claims, especially the Electoral Commission, up to 10, 12, 15 million kina. And we've had those bills independently assessed and found that they are actually less than 1 million kina. To address this issue of bulk billing, it seems other than hire cars, one of the best ways to make money out of the government is legal bills. So those provisions are directly to assess that. I note the comments from the member for Abau. The reasons we did not get two independent lawyers is because this is acting for the state, in state interest. When we start involving private lawyers into state business, then they are privy of confidential matters concerning the state. And so the reason we did other two department heads within the department is because sometimes the state solicitor, the solicitor general can be appointed by political convenience, and that person will be subservient. And by having two other department heads in there, at least they provide a check and balance. So on that basis is why we did not include independent lawyers from outside the department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question we now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Attorney General Act 1989 to provide for the powers of the Attorney General, functions of the State Solicitor General and State Solicitor, and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 300, Minister for Justice.
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Claims by and Against the State Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Claims by and Against the State Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Minister?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honourable House, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the claims by and against the State Amendment Bill 2022, which amends the Claims by and against the State Act of 1995. Mr. Speaker, the primary amendments is made to Section 5 and 6 of the Claims by and against the State Act of 1995, which provides for notice of claims against the state and fees. The aim of the amendment is to, 1, improve the state's ability to defend itself against frivolous and vexatious claims and serial litigants. 2, to allow the state to conduct and further assessment of the legitimacy of claims made against the state and lodge an investigation to determine the approach it must take in addressing the claims. And 3, to ensure that the state is not liable to pay fees for court documents relating to a court proceedings. Mr. Speaker, the Claims by and against the State Act 1995 has been in force for more than 15 years, steering the delivery of state legal services. However, at times and circumstances change, and laws should also be amended to reflect these changes, thereby reflecting the current status quo. The changing landscape of the delivery of state legal services has exposed glaring gaps within the law, resulting in abuse of the state legal services. Over the years, the state has significant funds against frivolous, vexatious claims as a result of loopholes identified in the laws and used to the advantage of serial litigants. Mr. Speaker, the past and recent Supreme Court decisions established that in the tort claims that were brought against the state, the law did not require the tort feasors to be specifically named in the court proceedings, as it was sufficient that naming the state as a party to the proceeding was the only prerequisite for establishing vicarious liability against the state. This was also applicable in cases of breach of contract, wherein the particulars of a contract were not required to be mentioned in the claim. Furthermore, although the state was exempted from paying fees for documents related to the court filing process, where the state sought to appeal a case, it had to pay fees for accessing court transcripts to assist in preparing its submissions for appeal. These inconsistencies affected the ability of the state, specifically the Solicitor General, to access the legitimacy and merits of a claim and initiate investigations to determine the best approach to undertake in addressing the claim. Mr. Speaker, it was the court's decision that prompted the legal reform to address the inconsistencies within the law. The amendments of the Claims by and against the State Act of 1995 makes it mandatory for the alleged wrongdoer to be named in the notice and specifically state the date and time of the cause of action. Additionally, the amendments to the Section 6 of the Act ensures that the state will now be exempted from paying fees to access court transcripts. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to the Claims by and against the State Act of 1995 will strengthen the state's ability to defend itself against unmeritorious claims, curbing adverse exploitation of the law regarding claims brought against the state. Mr. Speaker, these amendments made by the Claims by and against the State Act of 1995 are consistent with the Constitution and other pieces of legislation that will enhance and strengthen the existing government mechanism for better access to justice for all. Mr. Speaker, these amendments to Section 5 of the Claims by and against the State Act of 1996 consequently necessitate an amendment to the Wrongs Miscellaneous Act of 1975, Chapter 297, that will table separately in the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the Claims by and against the State Amendment Bill 2022 to this Honourable House.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, bill for an act to amend the Claims by and against the State Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Leave granted. Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the claims by and against the State Act 1996 and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 301, Minister for Justice.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Family Protection Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Family Protection Act 2013 to increase the penalty for offences and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present to this Honourable House and the people of Papua New Guinea this important bill to amend the Family Protection Act 2013, entitled Family Protection Act Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, domestic violence remains as one of the most pervasive forms of violence in this country. It is a violation of human rights that is deeply rooted in gender inequality, whereby the overwhelming majority of perpetrators are men and the majority of victims are women. Men's use of violence in a relationship is a deliberate choice to maintain power and control in that relationship. In a national democratic survey that was conducted in 2019, it was found, demographic survey that was conducted in 2019, it was found that 63% of women reported having experienced domestic violence and 57% of those women reported sustaining injuries as a result of the violence. Mr. Speaker, this is also supported by anecdotal evidence from the various social service providers such as women's groups and human rights defenders that indicate high levels of violence against women across the country and the extreme difficulties that are continuously encountered by victims in accessing effective support. In the last year, we have seen and heard about atrocities, acts of domestic violence committed against Papua New Guinea women. The foundation of family units and foundations are being affected by this evil that is eating away the fabric of our society. Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is that we only hear about a few cases through print and social media, but there are countless number of individuals who struggle in the privacy of their homes. The government has heard the concerns raised by Papua New Guineans and has taken measures through the review of the Family Protection Act of 2013. The Family Protection Act 2013 is a primary piece of legislation that criminalizes domestic violence and affords protections for victims of domestic violence through the court-ordered family protection orders with the conditions and enforcement when there is a breach of the order granted by the court. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this Parliament and the people of Papua New Guinea that the Family Protection Amendment Bill addresses some key areas that were noted from relevant key stakeholders who assist in the referral process to provide support to a survivor of domestic violence, including law enforcement authorities. The following are the areas that the bill addresses. Increase in penalty provisions. The penalty provision for the offence of domestic violence to increase from the current, which is a fine not exceeding 5,000 and an imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, to a minimum fine of 1,000 and not exceeding 10,000, or imprisonment for a term not less than 2 years and not exceeding 5 years. This reform means that the courts, when sentencing a perpetrator, cannot set fines less than 1,000 and also cannot sentence a perpetrator to imprisonment for less than 2 years. The sentencing must start from a minimum fine of 1,000 and a minimum of 2 years imprisonment. The penalty provision for breach of a family protection order has now a minimum fine of not less than 5,000, so the courts will not sentence the perpetrators for less than 5,000 and a minimum term of imprisonment not less than 12 months and not exceeding 7 years. The new aggregated offence of domestic violence. A new offence has been included in the current reform, which is aggravated domestic violence. The penalty for aggravated domestic violence is much higher than the domestic violence offence, and it does not include a penalty fine. The minimum threshold penalty is an imprisonment of not less than 5 years and not more than 7 years. With this new provision, a person who commits the act of domestic violence in a particular circumstance may be charged with aggravated domestic violence. It will not be a defence that the defendant has paid an amount of money or given any valuable consideration to the complainant. The category of circumstances include where a person commits the act of domestic violence in relation to a person under 18 years of age, in the presence of a person under 18 years of age, in relation to a person with special needs or a person living with disability, or in relation to a pregnant woman, or in relation to a person incapable of resisting, using dangerous or offensive weapon or instrument, or whilst under the influence of drug and controlled substance or alcohol, or repetitively. Authorized person to use urgent protection notice in urgent circumstances. A new set of provisions have now been included in this bill. Unlike court-issued orders, this provision allows the minister to appoint ordinary members of the community as authorized persons to issue an urgent protection order for up to 14 days in circumstances where there is an urgent need to do so. Urgent protection notice may be issued against a perpetrator where there is an imminent risk that the defendant will commit an act of domestic violence against a complainant or a family member. A person may be authorized by the minister as an authorized person to issue the notice. They must be of good reputation and character and have good standing in a community. It is considered an offence where a person breaches the urgent protection order. In issuing an urgent protection order, the authorized person can also include a family member or any other person providing assistance to the complainant. The policy rationale behind this reform is to allow victims to get immediate protection whilst awaiting assistance for family protection order. Obstruction of service provider. A new offence provision is now included in this bill that criminalizes the conduct of obstructing and threatening service providers such as counsellors, health practitioners, or other persons that provide service to a victim of domestic violence. The penalty of obstruction attains a term not exceeding 12 months, and a penalty for threat attains to a term not exceeding 3 years. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would like to stress that the state can intervene and do only so much. However, there are many facets of this issue that need to be critically investigated to arrest the problem. We need academia, practitioners to be working closely to research and understand the underlying root of the problem in PNG context. We can legislate increased penalties, include new solutions in law, but it is not the only solution to addressing domestic violence. These are just bandages to the wound. There is a need for leadership in changing this vicious cycle of violence. I challenge you all in this Parliament and those who have leadership and influential roles to your families and communities to intervene and adopt better ways to arrest the issue of domestic violence and look at preventative measures. Mr. Speaker, finally, I would like to acknowledge the hard-working frontliners who work day in and day out to ensure another life is not lost to domestic violence. These are the real heroes that need all our support. I would also like to thank all the stakeholders who have participated during the course of the provincial consultations to review the Family Protection Act of 2013 and thank the support of our donor partners, particularly the Australian government, in providing financial and technical support to this review process. With that, I now commend the Family Protection Amendment Bill 2022 to this Honourable House.
The Honourable Governor for Civic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to commend and support the Minister on this very important bill. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Minister and to recognize his effort. As a non-lawyer, I think, if I recall in my last 4 years on this floor, Mr. Speaker, no Justice Minister has brought this many amendments to legislation on the floor. And I'd like to commend the Minister for the very fine effort. Secondly, because we are talking about violence, I'd like to speak on behalf of the CPIC people to give my most sincere condolences to the people of and the family of the late member of the police force who was killed up on the border of East and West CPIC. If the reports reaching me are correct from the PPC of East CPIC, this particular officer was in the process of dealing with issues of family and sexual violence within the community. And if that is indeed true, then all of us in the two CPICs stand shameful in this act, where a member of the police force was working to try to reduce family-based violence as a result of alcoholism and drug abuse within that remote community. Even though he may have been attached with a logging operation, he was out in the community working to help women who were victims of domestic violence. And that is from the report I've received from the PPC. And so I stand here to give my condolences to the family and of this member of the police force, to the police force, and also to the people of West New Britain on this loss. And I want to also say that to all members of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary who are going out of their way to assist women and children who are victims of domestic violence in our society, that from this floor and as the Deputy Chair of the Special Committee on Gender-Based Violence, I would like to commend all those members of the Royal Papua New Guinea Constabulary. Mr. Speaker, our women and girls have been crying for many, many years for protection of the law in this area of domestic violence. They deserve every support we can give, and particularly lately, where we see all forms of violence increasing in our country. It is truly worrying. Mr. Speaker, certainly in my province, during Christmas and New Year, we've had to attend to more than 14 different cases of violence between communities. Some of them start off as a result of domestic violence, many of them triggered by the consumption of illegal alcohol. All of these things result in affecting the biggest victims. The biggest victims are those who are living with disability. The biggest victims are the women, and the biggest victims are the children. And where this violence leads to death, or where this violence leads to the burning of homes, if you turn up in the villages, it breaks your heart to see women and children living under a canvas because their home was burnt to the ground. All their beddings have been burnt to the ground. All of their cooking utensils have been burnt to the ground, Mr. Speaker. It is indeed commendable when we see such violence increasing in our community that we have a Minister of Justice who can bring to this House an amendment to a bill that is actually worthy, very worthy of us, and it speaks to the character of the members of Parliament who will stand up and give their voices in support to pass this bill, Mr. Speaker. So on behalf of the women and children, I am indeed very proud and very grateful that this House has seen fit to bring important amendments to this legislation so that our women and children can recognize that we do indeed care for the sufferings that they face at the hands of perpetrators who would otherwise get away. I would like to encourage members of the judiciary and the members of the police force to ensure that these amendments, once they are signed into law, are fully implemented so that those who are victims can be assured that they will get some justice. I am particularly pleased with the amendment that removes any protection for the offender who pays compensation. And I want to make it clear to the PNG public who is listening. This amendment will ensure that if you are a perpetrator and you think you can pay compensation to the families and to the victim and get away, well, the Parliament of the people of Papua New Guinea has taken that away from you with this amendment. You no na pay compensation, na trouble blow you, by you lose him, or family by lose him. Now suppose you family, you kiss him compensation. This law mipla pass him now. And he still mean or say money pay you compensation by karabusiet. He will pay the penalty. So with that, Mr. Speaker, this is one of the bills that I am very proud to lend my voice to pass. And I'm sure our women and girls, who are mostly the victims of gender-based violence, will thank us for it. I commend the bill to the House, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Long Kiruna.
Thank you. I would like to also support this bill. I commend the Minister for Justice for a job well done. And again, I'd like to reiterate the comments, views made by the Governor for East Pacific Province, in that you yet, Minister Justice, you know, lawyer. That's all. You have done a fantastic job in the short time you've been in that office. Me like congratulating you too. Mr. Speaker, me look lo this la bill, tete, and I would like to voice my support in that we're trying to protect the young girls and women of Papua New Guinea. That's all. On the other side of the coin, Mr. Speaker, we must also protect the rights of men. Plenty time, you mean supporting Mary. So all man to get abused. All man get abused as well. And so we must be fair on the two sides of the coin. I'm one who stands for the rights of women. And I say this because I've grown up in a family where my father has never abused my mom. And so I grew up in a society where me look sabe, lo dis lo respect lo marry, na man work blame lo support him na strong him marry. However, in the society today, it was not long time ago, just last year, a young woman who's married to this young man here in Port Moresby got a knife and stabbed the young man in the house. Now the young woman was protected. What about the rights of that man? So whilst you may like look rights blow Mary, you must also look rights blow man. Now I say this while I support the bill. Napla issue you must look him, and that is we must go further. Now address customary na traditional laws where give this la strong law or man law work him on something or like him law work him law marry. We must address the traditional customary issues as well, because plenty time this la old law blow custom na tradition blow me. Suppress him marrying and push him go down too much. Now me one bill lo governor talk tete or man where or work lo use him when I'm lo compensate him or marry him or rape him or time or bug up him. It finishes today. Now we must go further and address the traditional customary boundaries as well. Because time marry son up them like walking on plus something or get a man supporting this man. One the time walk looking one play video. Mary walk fighting man. Now man go or man run go now hold him Mary. And they allow the man to abuse the woman. Why? Because custom passing, na traditional passing. Talk of them, man got dominance over woman. So you must go further. Now addressing the customary obligations now, traditions blame me. Sample passing blame me on good plan. Customs blame you oh good plan. So sampla where no good lo society na development lo this nation. You must rouse him na tormoy go. Now you must look lo how lo advancing passing lo strong family. One of something that has eroded the nation is the fabric of familyhood. Plenty time in the past, families all sit down kai one time. Tete, you go inside lo house, time lo kai, Papa seven kai blame am sit down lokona na holding phone stop. Mama seven kai blame sit down na am holding phone stop. The time to sit down around the table and discuss the importance of family, and discussing all issues around the table is gone. How do we strengthen the homes? How do we strengthen the fabric of society? We must go back and to the basics again. For too long, we want to adapt laws, but we forget that to strengthen society, you must go back to the home. Criminal activities today, you look at the criminal activities that we have today, they start within the home. Why? Because we've lost the fabric, the foundation of family, and that is man and Mary must sit down and talk lao pikinini. Tete mama work spending more time with the children. Na papa work enjoy me at our side. We must strengthen the fabric of society, and that is family. Papa na mama together. Law and order issues in the country are real. Today we have spoken about some good policeman who's gone out to sort out some family issues. Now he got stabbed, now him die. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Police Minister Woklo Harim Disla talk. You must hurry up na reintroduce him, na kisim or reserve policemen come back. Plenty blah remote electorates or some criminal good enough. And we plan got policemen. Very recently, one regular policeman go electorate. One or two in addressing all issues. Now with family violence, now other issues coming up, we need more policemen and women to be in the electorates in remote areas to address law and order issues that are coming out from lack of strengthening the fabric of the nation, and that is the family, mama, na papa, na upikinini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Family Protection Act 2013 to increase the penalty for offences and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Honorable Governor Blue Norton.
Edim Sampla remarks, no, this debate, me like supporting all the debate where only go past me. The commending minister blow you me. Me agree one time, Governor Bird, na colleague blow me blah, member blow Kiriwina, also this minister me, current plenty amendment come na, me encourage him lo working slana. Talk thank you to law Prime Minister blow you me because I me work lo encourage him also kind work lo come up. Where you me walk through you me also more member of parliament, also more legislators. So no likely talk me like Edim sampla comments law bill. First Minister of Police to one active minister but I must take note. Inside law police unit people got family and sexual violences unit, which no stop underneath law structure. Command na structure of police. This needs to be corrected so that there can be a proper command structure for the family and sexual violences unit. In that way, there's a proper career path for policemen and women who are going to work in that unit to address these issues that we are now talking about. At the same time, we must ensure that the police have the capacity to conduct investigations and awareness in regards to the efforts to address the growing violence against our women folk in our society. It's getting worse year by year. The other issue I want to raise in regards to this is the Bail Act. I would like to propose that we look at amending the laws so that the Bail Act is not afforded to those who are involved in this type of crimes. Because now, many times, the perpetrators are granted bail and they're already going back into the communities and sometimes even into the households where the victims are. In addition, I would like to propose that we must look at the training of the police. Their training for addressing these issues must begin from the moment they enter the police college, so that they understand the importance of addressing this issue. One of the most important issues here, or aspects of policing, is what was mentioned here by the Governor for East Civic. That is the compensation culture, where we can compensate victims, not even victims, but their relatives, so that the perpetrators of these crimes can get away with these crimes. This must be completely discouraged. The other issue is those who are standing by, who are watching, who are witnessing, but not doing anything. They're also guilty of this crime, guilty of aiding and abetting. And finally, I'd like to also make mention that in all provinces, we must build safe houses, so victims of this type of crimes can be accommodated, can be maintained, can be kept safe away from the perpetrators. Last but not least, education. Education Minister, please take note. All our children, from the moment they enter an educational institution, they need to be trained, they need to be instructed, they need to be made to understand the importance of respecting one another. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before me putting question, me asking Minister, Justice Law, make him some law, clarity law.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add in brief to the debate, I'd like to acknowledge the support of the members of the House. A significant portion of this bill, the amendment, actually, other than imposing greater penalties, will address this issue of protection order. In the short period that I was the Minister for Police and had the opportunity to sit down and meet with those in the area of sexual violence, family sexual violence units, and they highlighted one of the biggest challenges they had was that when a victim came to see them, and in the process of getting a protection order, the law required or process required for them to go to a hospital, and most didn't have transport from the police station to get to hospital or public service, and some of these offenses were committed at night. Then they had to find a doctor to give them a medical report, and on that medical report, then they'd have to go find a lawyer to help prepare them for an application in the district court, and if the district court is not sitting, they can wait days before they get a protection order. And in some cases, there's so many orders applied in the district court registry, they don't get any response. So these amendments that you are supporting will now give the powers to the Department of Justice, and who is the minister, to be able to appoint specific people in this field, be it a family sexual violence OIC officer, be it a doctor, be it those that work on the front line in providing protection against women and children, that they themselves will now have the authority to issue a protection order that will last for 14 days. Therefore, allowing the victims then to first get immediate protection under the law, and in the past there was no penalty. You could break a protection order, which is essentially a court order, and then you would have to go and they would have to file contempt of court. Now we have actual penalties where it's a crime to breach a protection order of up to 12 months. And if a person or perpetrator disregards a protection order, then he can be denied bail and he can sit in jail until then go back to court and apply for bail. So that is one of the central issues or facets of this bill that we are considering today, and that will have a significant impact on improving the issues of addressing domestic violence. And I'd also like to acknowledge the support of the department as well as our Prime Minister and the members of Cabinet that allowed us to bring this in such a quick turnaround period from just before Christmas to have it drafted and have it on the first sitting of Parliament in January. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member of Lorigo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the debate. And I want to bring a traditional perspective to the debate. But firstly, congratulations to the Minister for Justice
to bring this series of bills to the Parliament for consideration and passage. Now, coming back to the Family Protection Amendment Bill, I want to take up this argument or debate from a comment made by the Governor for Oro, where he said those who watch and not do anything, they are actually abetting or encouraging this crime to be committed. So I want to take up that debate from that point on, acknowledging the fact that women can also abuse men as well. But I think in the main, we all can agree that in the main, or in a majority of cases, it is men abusing women. Now, the point I want to bring to this debate is the women, when they've been abused, they're looking for a support system. And the law will protect, give them that support in the long term. But in the short term or immediate, what the women would like, immediate support system, is somebody there to stand up and put a stop to this crime from being committed. And the very point I want to make here, and this was applicable, I don't know about other societies, but this was very applicable from where I come from. If a woman was being abused by the husband, either the father or the brothers would go up and tell the man to stop, or he will have to deal with them. Hey, they are your relatives. The women, that's their relatives, you see. And you are the support system. So if the men or the male relatives of the women being abused, they just stand by and watch, then they actually encourage or abetting this crime from taking place. Now, one of the main reasons why male relatives or other members of the general public will not interfere in a domestic issue is the payment of bride price. In our society, when a man pays bride price, then the woman basically becomes his property, and he can do whatever he wants. And sometimes when this happens, people will say, "Oh, and business blow, and buy my bride price here." That's what we say. And the point I want to make here is, paying bride price does not give the man the right to abuse the women. It shouldn't, and it mustn't. And therefore, regardless of what the man means to the women's relatives, the tambus and the rest of it, if he is abusing the women, then the male relatives of the women must get up and say something and do something to put a stop to this. Never mind the rest of the public. It is the male relatives of the women who must get up and do something. That's my short contribution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Minister, Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Family Protection Act 2013 to increase the penalty for offences and for related purposes.
Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 302, Minister for Justice.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Criminal Code Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 262, provisions relating to death penalty and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to present to this Honourable House and the people of Papua New Guinea this important bill to amend the Criminal Code entitled Criminal Code Amendment Bill 2022. Mr. Speaker, there were 14 prisoners, 2 of which have escaped, who have been imprisoned with the death penalty. These prisoners on death row are waiting the state through the government to make the necessary decision and to put in place the administrative mechanisms and infrastructure to implement the court's decision on the death penalty. There were 9 other prisoners who were sentenced to death since the introduction of the death penalty into our criminal justice system in 1991. However, some of these prisoners have died awaiting execution and others have successfully appealed or reviewed their sentences to the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, one of the main reasons for our inability to implement the death penalty is the lack of necessary administrative mechanisms and infrastructure to implement the death. This was largely attributed to the difficulty presented by a single method of implementation and administration of the death penalty in the past, which was to be done by hanging. Issues were raised as to whether it was the most humane way to do so. Mr. Speaker, it was the view of this that the government amended Section 614 of the Criminal Code Act, which was intended to give greater flexibility and capability to enable the state to implement the death penalty. It provided a range of methods of execution of the death penalty for the government to choose from depending on the government's preparedness and availability of administrative mechanisms and infrastructure suitable to the particular method of execution. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, the NEC had also tasked the Chief Secretary to inquire into the feasibility and implementation of the death penalty and to report back to government by end of that year. The Chief Secretary put together a technical team comprising of officials from relevant government agencies, and the team went on a fact-finding tour of the United States of America, Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, and upon their return submitted a report titled Implementing the Death Penalty in Papua New Guinea. Mr. Speaker, following the presentation of that report, NEC endorsed and approved the guidelines for implementation of the death penalty, which set out the process and procedure to procure death for 3 methods of execution: execution procedures for lethal injection, manual on execution by firing squad, and manual on execution by hanging. Mr. Speaker, as stated earlier in 2013, the amendment of the Criminal Code Act provided 3 methods of execution of the executive government to choose from, and the government had also approved the guidelines for implementation of the death penalty. Despite all these steps taken to implement the death penalty over the years, the government has not used any of these methods to implement the death penalty. According to the report, it would be practically difficult to implement all 3 methods. Each method would require different protocols and equipment to be used efficiently. As such, the government does not have the administrative mechanisms and infrastructure to implement the death penalty. Mr. Speaker, as a way forward, the Criminal Code was viewed to amend all offences that have the penalty of death to be repealed and replaced with the penalty of life imprisonment, either without parole or with eligibility of parole after 30 years. The following offences will be amended to reflect this change. Section 37 of the Criminal Code, the offence of treason. The amended penalty, life imprisonment, no parole. Section 81 of the Criminal Code, the offence of punishment of piracy. The amended penalty from life to life imprisonment, parole after 30 years. Section 82 of the Criminal Code, the offence of attempted piracy and personal violence. The amended penalty, life imprisonment, parole after 30 years. Section 299 of the Criminal Code, the offence of willful murder. The amended penalty, life imprisonment, no parole. Section 299A of the Criminal Code, the offence of willful murder of a person on account of sorcery. The penalty amended to life imprisonment, parole after 30 years. Section 347C of the Criminal Code offence of the penalty, aggravated rape. The penalty amended to life imprisonment without parole. Section 386 of the Criminal Code of the offence of robbery with violence and violence. The penalty amended to life imprisonment, parole after 30 years. These alternative penalties, whilst addressing the lack of necessary administrative mechanisms and infrastructure, also remain proportionate to the gravity of the crime, thus maintaining the status quo for severe offences. With that, I now commend the Criminal Code Amendment Bill 2022 to this Honourable House.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, let me rise to give support to the bill that the Justice Minister is now presenting. We've had death penalty in our laws for many years, but consistent with other global trends, death penalty is not an effective deterrent to offenses. Studies globally have shown that death penalty, as part of our penalties in laws in all jurisdictions, globally speaking, has never been deterrent to serious crimes. As prescribed in our Constitution, there were 6 specific offenses that were deemed offense that was that could be penalized by death penalty. In our own country, in the last 7 or so years, we've tried to have a review on what is the possible mode of execution. And there's been some trips made to the United States and others who have laws that allowed for execution or death penalty. But we haven't really zeroed down in on what is the mode of execution. But time change, our country must look bigger, and for us, as a Christian nation, in my view, the notion of thou shalt not kill still prevail, although some will make reference to Bible references that says eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. But I just want to stand here, whilst I'm not qualified to be a pastor. The very first murder that took place on the face of planet Earth, where Cain murdered Abel, God, the giver of life, never pronounced death on Cain right away. In fact, God said he passed punishment on Cain by getting him out of the home that he set up for Adam and Eve. But he said, let no man cast a hand over Cain. And he allowed Cain to have his life, so that the extension of life given to Cain. And so, as a Christian country, I think it is fair on the greater tenet of the sanctity of life, that God be the judge of that person. And so, if we had in our laws offense like treason, offense like piracy, these were offenses that were, and the penalty was death. And so it's just not murder that attracted penalty as death. You had treason, you had piracy and others that were deemed offense that can be, that penalty will be dying. So I think the adjustment is proper. We're removing death as a penalty, but we're associating with longer, strong terms to those who commit those sort of offense. Example, some that the minister read, you will serve life sentences with no parole. I think these are better, and God will be the judge of those persons who commit those offenses. God forbid these offenses take place. But as a democracy, we need to have these laws in place, and the minister is bringing those changes, which I believe blends and synchronizes with our nation's identity as a Christian nation. So I propose this bill to the House in support of the Justice Minister's good way. Thank you very much.
The question is that the question be now put? Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 262, provisions relating to death penalty and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the bill. I move that third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
Honourable Member Blurabal.
Mr. Speaker, I express support for the removal of the death penalty. All I want to express on the floor of this Parliament is the alternative penalties that are being proposed for those offences that carry the death penalty. Treason is one, and the proposed penalty is life imprisonment, no parole. That, for me personally, I accept. But I want to say that I want to make this contribution that all these death penalties were imposed by Parliament following an increase in the wickedness of these particular crimes at the time. Rape, aggravated rape, murder was just nobody's business, really. So the death penalties for these offenses were imposed following the cries of the people. It seems that crime is not abated, all these particular crimes. The governor for East Sepik a few minutes ago was expressing continuous increase in crimes in this country. So the gravity of offenses at the time has not abated until now. It has not. So my recommendation, my suggestions would be that look at the punishment for piracy. You know, the killings that took place on the high seas between Kokopo and Matanai. Those offenders face the death penalty. They are on death row. I think some of them are still alive. I think one of them has died. That is serious. And here the penalty for that, the amended penalty is just simply life imprisonment and parole after 13 years. After 30 years. What if in the near future an offender of piracy is 20 years old and is sentenced to life imprisonment and he lives there in prison until he's 30 and the matter comes before the parole board? There is no guarantee that he will not be released. It's an issue of seriousness, of gravity of these particular crimes. So, in summary, I would rather see that all this life imprisonment, all this parole after 30 years are removed, and that all of them carry life imprisonment with no parole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will ask the Minister to make some clarity. So, Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in response to the member for Abao. So parole is not a guaranteed right. So while I note that he is concerned, raised concerns about parole after 30 years, parole has to be applied for. And the applicant has to demonstrate that there's serious reform in his conduct and the circumstances of his involvement to justify whether he would get parole. So that's while the member for Abao has raised that, it's not a guaranteed right that they would get parole. But Mr. Speaker, just to add to the debate, so this issue, there are two proponents and opponents against the death penalty. Some will say that it's deterrent, but evidence has shown, countless research around the world, that the death penalty has not been a deterrent. So just to read from some of the research that I've come across, that it said ever since the United States, who was the #1 implementer of the death penalty, reinstated the death penalty after the Supreme Court ruling allowed for it as part of the justice system. Over 1,400 people have been executed by the state or federal government. Courts in the U.S. don't usually entertain a claim for innocence until the convicted individual dies of a natural cause or goes through with the execution. There have been 15 cases where there is strong evidence to suggest innocence out of this number, with the latest being Carlton Michael Gray, who was executed in 2018 by the state of Georgia. A police statement withheld from the defense indicated that the witness who identified Gary in court was actually asleep at the time and that she could not describe or identify her attacker. DNA evidence left at the scene excluded him as well. So these are the concerns regarding to the death penalty in PNG. What happens when we get it wrong? Are we ready? Do we have full confidence in the systems of police investigation? Do we have full confidence in our prosecution and our judicial system? Do we have full confidence that when someone, not members in this House, will be tasked to carry out the execution, they will be tasked to take a person on death row either out to the back of CIS and shoot them in the head? That is what we are asking someone to do, not ourselves, but we are asking someone to take someone out and hang them. And that person is an individual. He has to go home and ask his family, how was your day today? And every time we sentence someone to death, or the courts does, that is his tasking. And then there will be a time, as is shown around the world, the most advanced countries in the world are getting it wrong. And so what happens to this individual when it's later found out that he killed an innocent person? And then that is an issue he now has to live with and his family for the rest of his life. So part of the decision making and the decision on the policy of the government is not only a moral one. And while I know there has been arguments that says that the wages of sin is death, well, then we are all guilty of sin. And if that is the argument, then we should all be executed. So clearly that's not an argument in support of the death penalty. So the central issue is PNG ready? Are we ready to carry out the death penalty? Are we confident that we will get it right? And for some of those of us in Parliament, the view is no. An added issue of the death penalty being repealed is that development partners are prepared to give us additional support in the areas of investigation, in the areas of prosecution, so we can start to focus on preventing these crimes, these heinous crimes of rape and murder and piracy occurring. So by preventing...
We have a point of order. What's your point of order? Honorable Member for Abao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Minister made a statement with worries. That is mentioned that this amendment is part of the process where development partners will support us better. This is a sovereign state. Honorable House shouldn't be influenced by outsiders like development partners. We make the decisions when we know it's the right thing. Minister, please, draw an excuse. Thank you, Mr.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think when it comes to us asking for money for health and other areas, we don't have a problem. So clearly, the same principle doesn't apply. The issue here is that by getting additional support, we can prevent women and children being raped. Is that not a priority? Are we assuming that a death penalty will deter? No evidence. Nothing that confirms that. Should we not focus on this issue of preventing? So we have been working with development partners in our health, in our education, and they have made recommendations and advice to us. Does it not apply the same? This decision wasn't purely made in that regard. This decision was it's an issue of a contributing factor that we considered. I think prevention, as the doctor would know, is better than cure. The focus will also, in this decision, will focus on prevention of heinous crimes rather than finding someone guilty and then waiting for the state to execute him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Blong Cairo Kuhiri.
Me sanap long game lili tokok lo support him this lab amendment law die penalty as Christians and for me as a Catholic. Our Catholic Church hierarchies have always called for Christian principles, and I'm happy the minister has brought about the amendment to death penalty. Just one issue I have with the list of sections here, especially the willful murder na tamblo toklong soswe. I think sorcery is something that cannot be proven clinically, medically, or otherwise. So how can we identify it to be an offense? And believed us all man Meriga. My mother is a query, and they believe so much in sorcery, but I don't believe in sorcery. So plan the time, this issue belong sorcery, I think. You me must look good long and man. You me walk lo kalabusim will man marry nothing. Lo sorcery without any proof. You me guess fire to. So I think minister can look lo disla na define him good disla. Word na meaning blow sorcery before we can have it in as an offense. Let me talk. Thank you, long minister. Lo karim amendment come. Lo good la sindam. Way long controlling law and order law this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Blaba.
Speaker, once again, thank you, Minister for Justice, for bringing all these very, very important amendments. I support the amendments. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is Honourable Parliament has, over time, passed so many laws. Now, problem has been not having the ability to administer and police the law. And so, I think it's time for us to review the structures under which the laws are being administered or policed. For example, under the Family Protection Amendment Bill, which we gladly passed, we are looking at the police again to provide the implementation. We are ignoring structures like the churches have had a big influence in every level of the community. We need to bring them in. Our traditional values, we also need to bring them in. And I'm glad that some of these amendments are brought into consideration. But we are really focusing more on the offenders rather than those that have been offended. That's the worry that I have. I am very disappointed that when we passed the death penalty, it took a long time, which the minister has clearly clarified in the statement, for us to actually implement the death penalty. We were going all over the world to try and find a methodology. And we got the Chief Secretary to come back and make a recommendation, but we also failed to make those things happen. Then we are using the human rights, the Bible, and all those things to try and defend our position that we should not kill someone else. Forgiveness is very, very important. All those principles that we agreed. My real issue is, and when something come up now, plenty lawlessness in the society, including violence against our young girls and mothers, stealing on the road, piracy, and killing each other on the street with knives, and every day it's happening. Lawlessness. Minister, I think, and the Prime Minister. Unfortunately, we are in the election year, but whoever is the Minister for Justice in the 11th Parliament, whoever is the Prime Minister, I think we really have to go down to the bottom of why now lawlessness is Taplo, Papua New Guinea. And I think the Governor for Oro has provided one solution. Let's start with our elementary children in the education system. Teaching all Pikinini as soon as they enter right through to university. System respect lo narapla, respect for government, respect for Mama and Mary. acculturate them through the education system, create more jobs for young boys that are roaming on the ground. Out of how many grade 12 graduates, they will not enter the colleges, and what is their future? I think we really have to come down to the bottom of it. But, Minister, I support the amendment. I agree with the Shadow Attorney General. I don't think a deputy opposition leader, I really don't think for some of these very bad criminal offenses, parole should be allowed. All the best with the implementation. I support.
Honorable Governor Long, Gulf.
Support him, Justice Minister, basically because long history, long country, you mean. First case, law death penalty where only hanging one man and one man kerama. Named Lem Karo Arawa, Lord Pari. So, time law, colonial administration. But the consequences of that matter by the state reverberated right throughout our society. I just want to say that it was not good, and that's been 7-8 generations since that matter took place. So we have, by legislation, in the independent state of Papua New Guinea, come up with a death penalty that is now about to be revoked. If I recollect correctly, a minister of state with the chief secretary took trips around the world at great expense to the government. Has that report ever been tabled? I want Minister for Justice to tell us. What did it say? What were they looking at? Were they looking at methods of execution, or were they looking at the laws and whether we could carry this death penalty out, because that law is useless. It has never been put into action. But on the whole, as a government and as a people, we should, as leaders, not support murder by the state in any form or another. And I fully support the repeal of a death penalty. Let's get on with it and look at some other ways in which we can treat law and order problems rather than going ahead with the death penalty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clark.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act, Chapter 262, provisions relating to death penalty and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Notice number 303, Minister for Justice.
Mr. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Bill 2022.
Mr. Clark.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Chapter 297, to provide for alleged court fees to be named in court proceedings for purposes of vicarious liability to be established against the state and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted?
Aye.
Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honourable House, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Wrongs and Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Bill 2022, which amends the Wrongs and Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 1975. Mr. Speaker, the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Act of 1975 has not been amended since its enactment in 1975. Changing circumstances in the law, and in this case where the state legal services are concerned, should be reflected accordingly. In addition to the gaps in the Claims by and against the State Act of 1996, it has inevitably exposed the related glaring gaps in the Wrongs and Miscellaneous Provisions Act. With the past and recent Supreme Court decisions establishing that the tort claims that were brought against the state, the law did not require the tortfeasors to be specifically named in the court proceedings, as it was sufficient that naming the state as a party to the proceedings was the only prerequisite to establishing vicarious liability against the state. Mr. Speaker, these inconsistencies tremendously affected the ability of the state, specifically the State Solicitor General, to assess the legitimacy and merits of the claim and initiate investigations to determine the best approach to undertake addressing the claim. Mr. Speaker, these court decisions had prompted the legal reform of the address and inconsistencies that I have already alluded to earlier in my speech in the Claims by and against the State Amendment Bill 2022. These amendments make it mandatory for the alleged wrongdoer to be named in full with all relevant information stated within the notice with specifics of the date, time, and the cause of action. Speaker, these amendments will strengthen the state's ability to defend itself against the unmeritorious claims, curbing adverse exploitation of the law regarding claims brought against the state. Mr. Speaker, the amendments of the Wrongs and Miscellaneous Provisions Act are consistent with the Constitution and other pieces of legislation, complementing and enhancing the Claims by and against the State Amendment Bill 2022, simultaneously strengthening the existing government mechanisms for better access to justice for all. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Amendment Bill 2022 to this Honourable House.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, let me again commend the hard-working Justice Minister. I want the Parliament to support this bill. Over many years, many claimants against state has run to state, and today we have well over, I think, in excess of hundreds of millions of kina claim against state that was secured in many claims that may not necessarily have been correct claims. Not to say the judgments of past are wrong, but this law helps us put into context many of these claims that come, and sometimes the bill just takes up for the state to have a handle on. So the good bill that is coming to this House to ensure what is correct bill gets passed on, and who's supposed to pay this bill, the actual person pays the bill instead of someone hiding behind the banner of state, pass on the bill to state, and they walk away scot-free. It's a small, simple amendment, but has a huge consequence on saving the state of millions of kina that has been lost through the claims against state. So I just want to commend members of this Parliament to pass this bill. We're not here just to ask for DSIP and PSIP. We're here to correct laws that needs to be corrected, amending laws that needs to be amended, and fixing this because they set the preambles in which we operate as a country, and the good Justice Minister is leading the course in this front, and I commend this bill to the House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Chapter 297, to provide for alleged tortfeasors to be named in court proceedings for purposes of vicarious liability to be established against the state and for related purposes.
Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read a third time.
The Honourable Member for Abao.
Just a very short comment while supporting the bill. I hope we are not in trying to make things to protect the so-called state. We must not forget that the state also includes all of our citizens. And I hope that this law does not compromise and overpowers the rightful claims by citizens that are made against the state. That's the only comment I would want, and I hope that in the administration of this amendment, that it will protect our citizens as well, not just for the state. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Wrongs Miscellaneous Provisions Act, Chapter 297, to provide for alleged tortfeasors to be named in court proceedings for purposes of vicarious liability to be established against the state and for related purposes.
Clerk.
259, Minister for Justice.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Constitutional Amendment Declaration of Papua New Guinea as a Christian country, Law 2021.
Clerk.
First reading. A proposed law to amend the Constitution to declare Papua New Guinea as a Christian country and other related purposes.
In accordance with Standing Order 222AA and the practice of Parliament, the proposed law now stands referred to the Permanent Parliamentary Committee on Constitutional Laws and Acts and subordinate registration. Thank you, Minister. Clerk.
Notice number 304, Minister for Commerce and Industry.
Minister for Commerce and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Business Group Incorporation Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Business Groups Incorporation, Chapter 144, A, to reform the law relating to incorporated business groups, to combat money laundering, and B, to provide for better internal governance, and C, to facilitate online filing and for other related purposes.
Minister for Commerce and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I'll ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is that leave granted? Minister for Commerce and Industry.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech, Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I read my statement, I'd like to acknowledge contributions for past ministers and officers in the department who have brought this bill. I just came in to conclude the process, so I'd like to give respect and acknowledge their efforts. Mr. Speaker, today I am tabling to Parliament the Draft Business Group Incorporation Amendment Bill 2022 and for consequent endorsement and enactment by Parliament. The Act has not undergone any review or amendment since its passage nearly 50 years ago. A lot has changed in the intervening years, especially regarding the use of technology to support online electronic registry systems. This ministry, through the Investment Promotion Authority, IPA, administers the Act through an electronic online registry system. IPA in implementing a major upgrade scheduled for this month, 2022, and the success of this project will be greatly enhanced by these amendments, as they provide the IPA with proper authority to manage incorporated business groups within an electronic database. None of the proposed amendments represent a shift in policy or a change in how incorporated business groups are formed or operated in PNG. All these changes are similar to existing provisions in the Companies Act that relate to using and administering an online registry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, key changes are: 1, new definition added to the specifically recognize the validity of electronic documents and filing. 2, the IPA will be given specific authority to rectify the online register in the event of data entry error and use email to deliver notices to people advising them of their upcoming filing requirements. 3, requirements of incorporated business groups to notify the registrar whenever a change is made in the committee members. This will allow the registry to provide current and accurate information on the management of its business group. This precisely mirrors the requirements in the Companies Act that all companies report changes in directors to the registry. 4, requirements of incorporated business groups to update their postal addresses for service whenever a change is made, and that changes must be reported to the registrar. This will assist the Internal Revenue Commission, IRC, in identifying and bringing in tax evaders to pay their dues and comply with our tax laws. Next, requirement of an incorporated business group to file a more general annual return with the registrar. The purpose of the annual return is to make sure that the information in the registry about the incorporated business group is accurate. Finally, during the winding up of process, an incorporated business group will be required to file with the registrar any court orders that pertains to it ceasing its operation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, these are part and parcel of the reform this ministry is undertaking, and I will be bringing to Parliament amendments to the Investment Promotion Act 1992 and the Association Incorporation Act. The NEC recently approved the reserve list, activities list, which is currently with the NEC Secretariat for Gazetto. Upon Parliament's endorsement today of the IPA Act amendment, which I will soon bring to Parliament, this ministry will immediately undergo a further public consultation with non-state actors, private sector peak bodies, and general public in line with the consultation process prescribed in the new amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend this bill to this Honourable House.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Question is that the bill now be read the second time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Business Groups Incorporation Chapter 144A to reform the law relating to incorporated business groups, to combat money laundering, and B, to provide for better internal governance, and C, to facilitate online filing and for other related purposes.
Minister for Commerce.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is the leave granted? Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
The Honourable Member for
supporting Minister Law and Karim this amendment come law. Amending business group. Business group and more legally business long all place line. Well, Papa na tubuna ronem business lo time you me legally get all no got sawe na no got school all make him in up come now. Plan is successful, plan is successful. But me commend the minister or some you may now stop lo digitize well where all get something he stop long IT system. So let me good plan Minister Karim this amendment come. But me ask him to Minister Long Department belong I think government put him Sambla or legally mag long help him or legally man marry lo side lo business or kirap him business. You me must make him policy too. Government must make him policy too. And then it lo ministry belong I all same. All business group, all cooperative society, this all business people, legally man marry lo place, you me must help him. Government must help him seed money. Where people some plan the member of parliament too, and then lo economic sector, DSIP funds, people give him plan to help him go lo place line blow mipla. The national government must make him part belong him too, through long ministry belong him. Long roll him out this law program. You may put in money, direct intervention is what I mean. You may put in money lo NDB, online blow, you may plan, you may pay him half equity blow, all go lo half, all ask him, all kind question can. NDB is supposed to be Papua New Guinea and people's own bank. Lo experience lo me, plan the line me help him, all carry him check, he go lo half. All Salim all go back, go come start. Some check all Salim come back. So now me no got choice. I have to go deal with other finance companies. You know, so this is one area where Ministry of Commerce need to tidy up. But lo finish him talk, me thank him, Minister Lo, Karim this amendment come lo floor. Thank you.
Governor Floro.
Deputy Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about this. Minister, good luck through you, Karamosla amendment come. Me like encourage him, you go back, walk in, sample more amendment, law IPA. This department needs to refocus its efforts so that it is not just an organization that is encouraging investment and then registering companies and then leaving them alone to do as they please in this country. What needs to happen is a restructure of that organization must take place so that it must have an enforcement and a prosecution function as well. For instance, a number of companies that come in here, foreign-owned companies, actually register as Papua New Guinean companies. And then they're out and about operating as Papua New Guinean companies and therefore are able to attract the benefits of operating as Papua New Guinean companies. But they avoid certain taxes, they avoid certain liabilities, certain permits and licenses that are required of them as foreign-owned companies, and they operate at will and whim. They register a company to operate as a particular business, and then they go to another part of this country and they're operating in a totally different business. And this type of activities have been happening for the last how many decades, and the IPA does absolutely nothing about this. Its screening mechanisms are also atrocious. Anybody from anywhere in this world, whether they are transnational criminals or scam artists or conmen, they flood into Papua New Guinea and are able to register a company and operate anytime, anywhere, without scrutiny. So, Minister, I want to encourage you. You're a very active minister. You like to look at this type of issues and you're very concerned about them. You tell us all the time whenever you have the opportunity. So this is good. You're in the right place at the right time. Now go to IPA, sit down with your CEO and his executives and say, we want to restructure this organization so that it actually protects the interests of Papua New Guineans. Because it is not doing that. It is a giant rubber stamp as we speak. All it does is register anybody and everybody who comes into this country. There's no proper vetting process, and when those companies come and operate as they please, wherever they want to, they're left alone to do as they please, whatever they want to, with no scrutiny at all. For instance, I raised the issue about this, about gold just recently, the mining minister. And I'm hoping that he keeps his promise and brings that bill here immediately so that all the Papua New Guinean gold miners are able to receive the relief that they need. There are companies that are operating in this particular area that are busy buying gold at prices that are far beyond what are market value prices. And it is actually putting Papua New Guinean gold traders out of business. And the purpose for them doing this is for transfer pricing and money laundering. That's what they're doing. But who's scrutinizing this? Who is investigating this? Who is holding them to account? Who is protecting the Papua New Guinean businessmen and women out there who are struggling to do the right thing, to pay their taxes? The IPA is supposed to be doing this. It has served its purpose well in attracting investment, in registering organizations, companies, selling Papua New Guinea, etc., etc. But it now needs to step up. It now needs to perform its other very important role, which it has not done so, perhaps because its organizational structure is not appropriate, perhaps because there is no legislation that allows it to be able to do that. And now, Minister, you're in the right place to be able to do that. With your energy and vigor, I'm sure you'll make this happen. So I would like to see those amendments be brought to this Parliament as well, so that we can protect the interests of Papua New Guinea through this organization for which you are a minister. Thank you.
Honourable Member, I understand the question has been called, but Minister, the debate has sparked him to make some clarification, so I'll allow the Minister to.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I acknowledge statements made by Member for Kairikuhiri and Governor Oro. Firstly, points raised by Member for Kairikuhiri. Those comments are noted, but at this juncture, I want to stress our government's policy in that area. We put 200 million government budgeted, and the process at BSP is working very well, which is intended for existing businesses. And the other 100 million to NDB is for startup businesses. Unfortunately, there's some bureaucratic and court orders at NDB that's delaying the expenditure of that monies, and we are working on. So we'll address that. The challenges member raised, may I on this floor invite Governor and Member for Kairikuhiri, please come to my office tomorrow and give me those hints so that I can take it to the department and we address. In response to Governor's points, if you see, my second statement is that this act was done 50 years ago. So we are in the process of reviewing some of this and then bring the necessary changes. In my speech too, I also mentioned that subsequent amendments will be coming. So let me start on this Tupla and then others can flow. Thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the bill now be read the third time. Those in favor say aye. And those against no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Business Groups Incorporation Chapter 144. A, to reform the law relating to incorporated business groups to combat money laundering, and B, to provide for better internal governance, and C, to facilitate online filing and for other related purposes.
Minister for Commerce and Industry.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I present the Companies Amendment Bill 2022.
Clerk.
First reading. A bill for an act to amend the Companies Act 1997, A, to reform the law relating to companies, and B, to combat money laundering, and C, provide for better internal governance, and D, facilitate re-registration of companies and for other related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've said in my earlier bill, I commend and I thank my previous ministers and officers who have worked very hard to bring this second bill today. For me, I am here to only conclude the process. Mr. Speaker, today I am tabling in Parliament the draft Companies Amendment Bill 2022 and for its consequent endorsement and enactment by Parliament. In 2014, the Companies Act underwent a significant policy-based amendment to fit with the international best practice at that time. Changes included: 1, simplifying the lengthy and cumbersome process of registering a company. It now takes a minimum of 2 days to register. 2nd, streamlining the filing of annual returns. And 3rdly, generally keeping information about all companies current. This is all facilitated by the introduction of an electronic online company registry administered by the Investment Promotion Authority, IPA. A first of its kind then back in 2013. People anywhere in the world could now access the business registry as long as they have an internet connection and a computer. It has been 8 years since the 2014 amendments. In that time, international mandate regarding anti-money laundering and anti-terrorist financing have grown from more stringent, and the Companies Act does not accurately address these issues. The government of PNG has endorsed the National Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorist Financing Strategic Plan 2017 to 2022, NSP, which comprised of bringing into compliance of PNG laws related to the business entities. Further, the electronic online companies registry maintained by the IPA. The administrator of the Act is implementing a major update on the online company registry. The success of this project is directly dependent upon a requirement in the amendment that all companies undergo a re-registration process in order to update the information within the new system. None of the proposed amendments represent a shift in policy regarding business laws or a change in how PNG companies are formed or operated. Key changes include: 1. Requiring companies to obtain information on beneficial ownership and providing it to appropriate authorities upon request. This satisfied an anti-money laundering mandate that requires such information be made available to law enforcement. 2. Requiring companies to report all transactions of transfer of shares of the company. This allows company information to be updated as and when the transfer occurs, rather than current practice where transfer of shares is only updated once a year when the annual returns is filed. This is good practice and consistent with the approach taken throughout the Pacific region, including New Zealand, Australia. Third, improving IPA's compliance by having an efficient system that automatically strikes off non-compliant companies who still fail to file the annual returns after their grace period expires. This compliance routine will involve automatic system delivery of email reminder notices to companies that through the online registry system, as well as publication on the IPA website if non-compliant. IPA will no longer do manual compliance checks and will no longer need to publish thousands of names of non-compliant companies in the newspapers. This will mean a significant reduction in the administrative burden and the associated cost of around $250,000 for IPA annually. 4. In line with introducing an efficient compliance system, a new provision is being introduced to make it easier for a company to be restored to the registry by simply filling overdue annual returns and paying the appropriate penalties before the registrar restores the company. Next, requiring companies to re-register to ensure that all the company data in the new system is accurate. Re-registration will be free and will take the place of annual returns, so that there will be no additional burden placed on companies. This is good news for the government and the country as a whole. 1, it enhances compliance efforts currently being undertaken by the IRC in identifying tax-compliant businesses, and secondly, it improves the correction of reliable and updated data for government policy and decision-making. Mr. Speaker, these are part and parcel of the reform our ministry is undertaking, and again, I will soon be bringing to Parliament amendment to the Investment Promotion Act 1992. The NEC has already approved the reserve list, which is with the Secretariat for Gazettal. Upon endorsement of the IPN amendments, we will immediately undergo further public consultation, state, non-state actors, private sector, peak bodies, and general public in line with the consultation process prescribed in the new amendment. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I commend this bill to this Honourable House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour, say? Sorry, I will allow the Minister to... Mr. Minister, you may debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I commend the good Minister for bringing this bill in. This is the bill that will actually grow and develop the millionaires of this country, as expounded by this government. However, currently, the enforcement aspect of this kind of laws, I commend the enactment of the law, but most importantly, the enforcement, like many other laws we have. We have a problem with enforcement. You go to many parts of our country in Papua New Guinea, in the smallest parts of the country, you will find foreigners in little taka shops, taking over from our Papua New Guinea. So how can we grow millionaires of our own country? We have this very big issue right now. For example, New Guinea Table Beds produces chicken in Lae. And then a foreigner package it from Lae, sell it, bring it all the way to Sipik, to Vanimo, and to Wewak, and up in the highlands and everywhere, and sell it to the Papua New Guineans again and there. This is supposed to be done by the Papua New Guineans because the chicken is grown and produced by Papua New Guineans in New Guinea Table Beds. Yet, someone is carrying it across to sell it again to us. I don't have to call the names, you already know who they are. Now you call a Maprik, for example. Legally call shop inside Lab, Wewak, Lavanimo. All kind of nice inside all selling all items that we ourselves should be selling. So this enforcement lawyer, I'm needing more lawyer must treat him now, want them to law. So me talk, thank you long. Minister Karegam, we need to look into this seriously. Otherwise, we are not going to grow millionaires if we are not going to enforce our own laws. We need to really look at all these enforcement agencies, and they must be done online, and by come up online. But online too, I'm supposed also in Australia good. How about you also and long paper, now online, and talk or something, but practically on the ground, it's a different person altogether doing business. So I want to just raise this. We have a very big problem in our country right now. We are buying our own stuff from foreigners and we can't even sell it ourselves. What is happening with us? Even our own people cannot do it. I don't know why they can't do it. Example, me talk, yeah? We are now going also to buy our own produce, fresh produce, or by buying our selling them. Well, they haven't produced the fresh produce. It's a very sad case. They're by going out selling boy to on them. All by buying more kind of selling blowing mill of place, now ball is selling plugin. Who is allowing these people to come and take over from these businesses? From our own local Papuans. We should put a stop to this. So, support him slab. Bill, but me talk them. People must do losat for enforcement. Now go through. You must need him clean up. We had a very good, successful Sunset Merona case operation in Wanimo some 15 years ago. And we successfully identified what is all liner concern are working take over business long like place. Now all come back finish. And they're still doing it down there. So Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to commend the minister, but at the same time, we have an issue in this country, law enforcement side blow me time you pass him law. Because over the blow corner blow ibla, me lo nuku, me talking one blow or line blow me awesome. So was one blow another blow man come. By me nuku him house plan. Because my people should take ownership of the business. They themselves must do it. So I'm putting a stop to my district for no one to, any foreigner to go into do business in my district. So IPA, time you give companies registration act, you reach a certain boundary. You give him a business and say this company will operate only within this confinement. No can allow him to go another plan. I must have lo mospina, district lo mospita so only. Now you look Laramble courts again. All could take over a good plan, living of business plan grow. How can they grow? You let one little of this foreigner go into a district or your locality or business center, you take my word that you give 1 year or 2 years, I'm going to take one until more business in your place. It's happening. So we must make sure that we are specific to when you give the company license. You operate within that confine, not to go out anywhere else apart from that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll give the opportunity to contribute to the bill. Thank you.
Honorable Minister of Petroleum.
I also want to lend my support to the Minister's initiatives, introducing this bill through the work that he has picked up from his predecessor minister, both of whom have worked together to bring this bill to the floor. There's just 4 points that I want to make. Firstly, I'm looking at Section 4 of the proposed bill. I was hoping that that bill was written a little bit differently so that notices of trusts, whether they are express, implied, or constructive, must be required by law to be disclosed to the registrar of companies, but to be maintained in a blind registrar where the information is not accessible to the public and can only be made available by subpoena of the National Court. And the reason for that is because at the moment there is no requirement to make a disclosure of such trust arrangements between the persons expressed in writing in the share register to be a shareholder and the actual man who owns it sitting behind that person's name. So a lot of these people, Mr. Speaker, actually use that to abuse the system. They hide behind other people simply because the law doesn't require them to hold shares directly, or for one reason or another, they hide behind either declared or undeclared trusts. So, but the proposal here is to allow these arrangements to continue, and I'm just planting the idea in the head of the minister that somewhere down the track, he needs to turn it the other way around to see that we don't, by statute, enforce these arrangements that continues to give an advantage to unscrupulous people to exploit these trust arrangements by not disclosing it. I think we can protect everybody. There are some legal situations where you need to arrange a trust. That's fine, but disclosure must still be required. And you protect their confidentialities by saying in law that the registrar must not disclose it to the public. He keeps it in a blind register, not accessible to the public unless required on summons by the National Court. So that way it eliminates abuse by bad people. The other way to also support that is to say that blind trusts, trusts that are not disclosed, should not be enforceable in a court of law. Suppose you like some benefit law shareholding, namely you yet must stop inside law share register. Now you got recent law, you hide, all right, law must got well manage him this plateau, and we can let him, you hide him, that's all. Suppose he got one big pla heavy come up now, all question him this law. Now, court like him display, court law like him display law, disclose him so court can make him balanced decision. All he must access him now, all he can kiss him. Now, suppose all no disclose him now, him come under challenge law National Court. National Court, you may give him power to talk display arrangement and null and void, unenforceable, because you know register him this law, blind trust want him registrar in a blind register. So this way, by me protect him. Integrity law, operation law, businesses in Papua New Guinea. So behind me can sit down and minister na talk lemlo this law. So in the same breath, while we are talking about operation of companies in this country, Narpla area, Mr. Speaker, where me looking, me not covered in this bill, but me like suggesting that minister make note to look into it for future operations, is to ban the use of tax haven companies in Papua New Guinea. There is only one reason why all make more sense. That's to evade and avoid tax. No other reason, Mr. Speaker. Not for business reason. All they're doing it is to avoid tax in that jurisdiction or in this jurisdiction. by mixing up, registering themselves in offshore tax haven country where they operate tax-free. So all pushing will come, and there's already a move worldwide, Mr. Speaker, to ban tax haven registered companies from operating in local jurisdictions. You like operate inside of Papua New Guinea, you apply come the register of company, now you register in you yet and in it lo company sector of Papua New Guinea. You know registering lo outside, sim benefit lo tax haven, come operate lo here, all get a revenue blow you inside lo tax haven company blow you know paying tax lo here, you operate tax free lo tax haven company, you're not paying tax anywhere in the world. Unfair, it's robbery. So you may need to look, it's a simple thing. Me bring him come to attention, lo minister. You may just bring him one simple amendment, backside lo disalana, you may talk. You may allow him all current tax haven companies to continue because nothing restricts them, has restricted them. But all future registration of tax haven companies in this country must be banned. So you operate, it's only fair that you pay for the cost of the police, the hospitals, the law enforcement systems, the roads that you use, the airports you use, all the expenses that the government has to incur to provide a platform for you to do business and benefit from. You have to disclose your tax here and you pay your full tax in full. So there's a need to ban tax haven registration and operation of tax haven companies in Papua New Guinea. Narpla, on the same vein, me like him, Minister Tulo, take note, there is a blind spot in between Register of Companies na Commissioner General Blow IRC. You may need to build in statutory bridges in between the two. So they feed off each other. Whatever information you lodge in the Registrar of Companies must also be consistent with what you file at IRC in your financial reports. You must lodge in the same thing, both sides. Now, suppose there is any elements of tax evasion or tax avoidance discovered, you must give him power, or Register of Companies, law suspend him, registration, law display company. Because he no disclose him all get information, uniform information, want them Register of Companies, na Registrar of Registrar of Companies, na Commissioner General Block Taxation. So there must be a build by a road bridge built into the provisions of the relevant laws like Companies Act, na Income Tax Act, where Tupla Commissioner General na Registrar of Companies must talk to go come. Now comparing information and make sure that nobody is hiding information from one or the other and taking advantage and paying less than the appropriate tax. So this is one area where there's a lot of tax losses. So you may need to start building this land. I'm recommending the minister to take note that local lawyers try and draft him law, building bridge. So IRC na Register of Companies to plug some same information for tax purposes. NARPLA, at the moment, all foreign companies are not tax haven companies, which I spoke of separately, but generally speaking, all foreign companies can come re-register in Papua New Guinea. Simwanpla certificate, or Register of Companies, now can operate in Papua New Guinea. But this is a certificate that prescribe him one in kind business by you walk him, one in kind location by you walk him, and establish certificate. Now, as Governor Jufa just said, Plandi Blodisla foreign companies certified to operate in Papua New Guinea also Brukim Disla terms and conditions. So enforcement becomes necessary. You may need to look at this strictly. Now make sure that if you are registered to operate in Port Moresby, you operate in Port Moresby alone. You know, Genicolo Arpla rule areas. Now you compete one time all local business like Minister Sungi is complaining about, you compete with them. There are procedures already inbuilt, but enforcement drop. So I use this opportunity to flag it so that this certificate of registration of foreign companies and businesses, terms and conditions must be strict about the type of business all by getting to the location they will operate from and the duration they will be licensed to operate all of these things. must be made clear and properly enforced. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I think, you may talk, and nothing will get anywhere. So this thing here, the bill that we have now, is a very good start in the right direction. We all support it, and I hope that these triple additional points may walk in, and we can note him for the next generation of amendments coming into the chamber. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before me entertain him, question be put by me, ask him. Honorable Governor Blong, is to pretend you debate him this line, and then we can entertain.
Thank you, Speaker. At the outset, I would like to commend the good Minister for Trade for Commerce Industry to have tried to pull these two bills through. Minister, we support him. Bill want them. Mr. Minister, I was of the view, tapos you look through long at the business law sa country. If I can recall very well, in 1997, there was an IP bill amendment at this floor of Parliament where we've been hooking up one time IRC, one time Commerce Industry, the IPA. Now that was indeed a good bill. So today, tapos we talk about the look. There's a lot of Commerce, the IPA and the IRC, they have to work collectively together to get all the taxes. There's a lot of time all money sa working all company. They just register with the IPA. The time only call work business. Now only call Elizabeth check him all in terms of paying the taxes. Only so buy more here. No God. For example, if a person from IPA go into a shop, belongs to a foreigner, na i-ask him, longol sila something. Kalau sumi you sabi buy him tax below you. Na i-show him na sila paper on the registration, incorporation of the company. I'm only thinking all these buying tax on this, but actually a lot of them were not paying taxes. So that is why that bill in 1987 hooked up IRC and IPA to do their work. So we can properly monitor the operation of all companies, big or small, in this country. Minister, we commend you because now can IRC and by what want you. Now, same coin, the commission of IRC is doing a very marvelous job with that department. It's collecting a lot of revenue for the government. And we can talk straight on the same. It's doing very well. And that is what we want. Minister, what was something? Where you looking along in? Today, suppose you looking more at the business. Our national people are being faced off. We looking more man blue media struggling here. Minister, you now prepare a paper block come back along here, and we rescind back this parliament. Rescind back. There's a lot of restricted business activities. There were 28 of them before. We define him all the same. There's a lot of business here. Emol, foreigners you can hold him here. All nationals as all. But I think it was some years back, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of no policy when it was introduced in this parliament. And we've been overriding and rousing the protection belong all people blame me. So there's a lot of minister, because many of you be supporting people you. But that part of it, that 28 restricted business activities must be pulled back by Parliament. So we can now provide, we can protect our own nationals. A lot of these businesses, now our people will be always the losers once they are not well protected by a government. You can all get happier. We have to divide it properly in a way that, all you can look all big companies, all the same, all sawmills, all the same people working long is Britain now. You got all big companies, so we all necessarily in working, and you make big supermarkets and all this. But those little things, those little businesses must be taken out by our local people. So, the local people, our small entrepreneurs out there trying their very best, they must be protected by the government. So me like him, you must work another bill
Where you can senisim na you protect mo national assembly you. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clark.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act 1997, A, to reform the law relating to companies, and B, to combat money laundering, and C, provide for better internal governance, and D, to facilitate re-registration of companies and for other related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the third reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the third time.
Honourable member will not fly.
Give him contribution to me on this bill. Firstly, me obey the minister. Long. Tarim bill come. Na contribution to me lo debate. Me sit down and look through all the bills you move to pass him. Lo me at me feeling was one but something that's so where I mean missing. Where every laws we pass is workable. Not a wrong with this plan. It's the enforcing part and operation long where we will fail. Laws after laws, we will passing. But walk through, kai don't come up. I mean like stress the solo this plan of contribution to me. Now propose him some suggestion. Time you look him, one law you may pass him. Actually, Kaika is not come up yet. Now you mean morning talk plenty law finish. Now this lot too. Now what I suggest is that let's improve the operation. Sorry. Like you mean law. Improving operation part dengan taso. What's happening is plenty law you work to pass him na. Me no looking kaike blongam. Now I would like to suggest one thing, Mr. Speaker, is that you looking operation part. I mean no work. Time also you will like talk collecting money, planning something, it will come up. But they have to be operation actually carrying out the job. Now, can I suggest that long department, one department, very key departments like commerce, immigration, SOE, forestry, fisheries, mining, energy and petroleum, agriculture. These are the key departments where carry money in the country. Now what we should do is a physical operation has to happen. Like for example, a deputy vice minister or whoever should be tasked to physically carry the operation. Going department, working this work. Karim, you by looking, for example, immigration. If we physically go and investigate people around, you will see exactly all man be anime. Right now there is no actual operation happening. Bloody operation in no come up yet. Bloody something in no work yet. So physically that has to happen. Now coming back to the structure of the government law, cabinet law house. If the next government is formed, I would like to propose something that in a cabinet lineup, it must get operation minister. Operation minister, for example, deputy prime minister, whoever we mark, can be an operation minister. Physically doing the job, going to department, make sure this law or something will come out. Right now, yeah, you may have to pass him law, sit down yet. We pass through, nothing is happening. We blame the police to carry out the job, nothing is happening. So what I think is that the operation part, the functioning part there, must come up active straight. In that way, you will see a lot of work happening. Right now, nothing. Also, me sit and analyzing the way forward for us to this country. Lokirabia and operation part there, we really need to improve. Plenty law you may pass here, they're gonna know something come out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You got Honorable Member Blue Wewek, you want to debate?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, Sawe Blue. I like join him all Narpla colleagues. Law give him support. Go along, Minister Law. Kiss him this very important bill. Now also me like commend him government too. For the first time now, all people of Papua New Guinea, all look Savel government now I'm taking step long. Finally, kisim this bill, control him business. Now give him opportunity, all Papua New Guineans, especially long reserve business list. Where I'm behind him. National government policy, na priority law, this government. Law empowering more SME blimda law country. Na mila talk thank you law, Minister. Plan the all good pla to talk. All colleagues, all the working pennies. Mr. Speaker, time me long. Debate law this la important bill. Me clothing him all people blame law place, plan the true all staff law, all district, now towns, where only need him support long, register him all company belong all business name, all association, through online system and stuff, but plan the online blame law place all no, serve enough long, go online register him all company. Now, me look several plant people blame me too. Only suffer this law services. Now, me encourage the minister, look this law. Law bring him some law service go down close to people. So, by making easy long, register because in order to participate long, let's say me na, kasi loan na kan sanin no sem all must register remote pasten. Alright, now presenting me look seven. Lo government and making this la decision, lo finally kisim this la bill come la house. Lo good blood people, lo country. Time this la bill may come up law, Mr. Speaker. Plenty all companies inside long, registry long, IPA, all by affected, which means effectively a number of companies that are owned by foreigners will automatically be deregistered. Those who have been operating under those reserve businesses. And my concern to the minister is that when those companies who are now operating on these businesses that are reserved for the nationals, when the bill is a law and when it is effected, most of these companies will stop. So how do we account for the loss of that businesses? Plenty of workmen of this little company all unemployed. Now plenty tax too by government by losing. All right, how about government by giving opportunity law nationals, law take over law these law companies whereby affected or be stopped from operating? How does the government will help our indigenous people to take over those companies so that we maintain the employment rate, we maintain the tax, so that there will be no heavy economy. So I'm some plasanin meeting mila contribute lo disla minister by take note lo disla. Long time me closing all foreign-owned companies. Government must look too long. Who is some money lo bank, lo give him loan long a last place line, lo go na take over lo this company. Kidnapping back all kind of scheme was straight passing. Na some all kind of opportunity lo legal man marry lo take over lo foreign companies. When that law is effected, those foreign company will close and our indigenous people will take over from them. So, Mr. Speaker, thank you through. Me la commend the minister. Plan the time, me plus a working on bill na put him start 1919. But me la commend him you lo actually seek a flow. And now this la bill and back up law. Lo good plan law the people of Papua New Guinea. Thank you through.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read at that time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the Companies Act 1997, A, to reform the law relating to companies, and B, to combat money laundering, and C, provide for better internal governance, and D, to facilitate re-registration of companies and for other related purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Honorable members, you may go back in private business. Mr. Clerk.
Notice number 295, Mr. Kony Guan, member for Makam.
Mr. Clerk. Member for Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I present the Salary and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill 2021.
Mr. Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 1988.
Mr. Member for Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of the Parliament to move the second reading forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Mr. Member for Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read the second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, on the Salary and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill 2021, Mr. Speaker and honorable members, I am pleased to introduce the Salary and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill 2021, which proposes to amend the Salary and Remuneration Commission Act 1988. The bill intends to include former speakers and former Chief Justice in Section 11 of the Salary and Remuneration Commission Act 1988 Currently, Section 11 only provides for benefits payable to former prime ministers. This inclusion will create the legal basis for which the Salary and Remuneration Commission may make determination for the heads of the other two arms of government after their term in office ends. Mr. Speaker, in the 32nd report, the Commission reviews the benefits currently payable to former Prime Ministers and former Chief Justice and made similar recommendation to be available to include former speakers. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Independent State of Papua New Guinea creates the executive arm comprising of duly elected Prime Minister and the ministers he appointed. The judicial arms comprise of Chief Justice and his fellow judges, and the legislative arms comprise of the elected Member of Parliament and headed by the chosen Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the three arms of government have specified and important responsibilities. The three arms work together to form a whole. On that basis, they should each be afforded special retirement benefit determined by the Salary and Remuneration Commission, if not already provided by the law. Mr. Speaker, the 32nd SRC report was tabled and adopted on the floor of Parliament by the SRC Secretariat, has not been able to action this recommendation because there are no provision for former Speaker and former Chief Justice in the Salary and Remuneration Commission Act 1988. This simple amendment will include the head of the Legislative and the head of Judiciary. I commend the Salary and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill 2021 to the Parliament.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the question be now. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 1988.
Mr. Chairman, in committee, as there is an amendment from the member for Makam, it is the wish of the committee in committee.
In committee, as there is an amendment from the member for Makam, is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole and agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Member from Makam, go ahead.
Chairman, I move that the following amendment be made. Allowances for the Prime Minister, etc. Amendment section of Section 11. Page 1. Item 1. Allowances for the Prime Minister, etc. Amendment of Section 11. Insert immediately after paragraph A, the following new paragraph B. By insert after subsection 2, the following new subsection 3. Subsection 3. Additional salaries, allowances, and other benefits, financial and otherwise, fixed in relating to an office specified in subsection 1, shall be reckoned from and including that day the respective A. Former Prime Minister, or former B. Former Speaker of Parliament, or C. Former Chief Justice cease to be a holder of that office are payable whilst he is alive.
Question be put. The question is the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the remainder of the bill be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to Mr. Speaker that the bill has been agreed to with the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those who are against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Speaker, I have to report that the bill has been agreed to with the amendment. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read the third time.
The question is that the report be adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report be adopted.
The question is that the report be adopted. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Member for Makam.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill now be read the third time.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a third time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Third reading. A bill for an act to amend the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Act 1988.
Honourable Governor for Gulf. Mr. Clark.
Notice number 294. Mr. Chris Iveta.
Honourable Member for Gulf.
Mr. Speaker, I present the parliamentary members' retirement benefits amendment bill 2021.
Mr. Clark.
Bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Members' Retirement Benefits Act 1997.
Honourable Governor for Gulf.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill be now read a second time.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker, I present the bill which proposes to amend the Act of 1997 to 1. Increase pension benefits for former members of Parliament. 2. Increase pension benefits for former Prime Ministers. 3. Create a pension benefit specifically for former Speakers of Parliament. And 4. Correct drafting errors and omissions made as a result of a 2002 amendment. Mr. Speaker, just to make it clear, this bill must not be seen as a double whammy for the Speaker and for, especially in the Act that we just passed, because this is only for pensions. Mr. Speaker, since 1997, which is 25 years ago, pension rates and provisions under the Act for former members of Parliament and former Prime Ministers have remained unchanged. Also, pensions for former Speakers of Parliament are not catered for in this Act. The changes proposed, therefore, aims to support former Members of Parliament, former Prime Ministers and former Speakers of Parliament after they leave Parliament. There are over 296 former Members of Parliament alive today, and as I mentioned in my report, since 2018, we have added 51 others who have gone, their widows and their dependents on pensions. Although former members of Parliament are no longer serving members, they are still considered leaders in their family, community and electorates. Therefore, many of the customary obligations and expectations of leaders remain, although they are no longer in a mandated public office. Mr. Speaker, former members of Parliament usually find difficulty in resuming employment or a career in the public sector as a publicly and politically exposed person. Some former members who owned businesses prior to being elected have been known to spend no time in the business whilst being a member of Parliament, and the businesses have suffered to some extent to the point of bankruptcy. Mr. Speaker, in addition, since 1997, the cost of living and inflation has increased continually to put increased pressure on former members to borrow money to meet medical, education, family and customary obligations and other costs of living. This is evident from the Retirement Benefit Fund records, which show large individual debts for many pensioners. The Act does not allow pensioners to be indebted. Mr. Speaker, the Speaker of Parliament is the head of the legislative arm of government under our system of Westminster democratic system. In comparison, the Prime Minister is the head of the executive government, and persons who hold this office are afforded special pensions and privileges after retiring. Furthermore, the Chief Justice is the head of the judiciary and has a special pension provided for. However, the Speaker of Parliament does not have any special provision for that under any Act of Parliament. All former Speakers are paid under the same pension provisions afforded to ordinary former members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, the amendments will improve the pension benefits paid fortnightly of our leaders who have made a considerable sacrifice to contribute to building our nation before, now and in the future, from 5 to 10% of the annual base salary of a member of Parliament for life. It is the state's contribution. This recommendation was based on the fact that since the National Statistical Office established a base CPI in 2012, there has been no data available from NSO for the committee to make an objective assessment of the rise in the cost of living and inflation. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the baseline will improve. Mr. Speaker, the amendments will also correct technical drafting errors resulting from the Parliamentary Retirement Benefits Amendment of 2002. These corrections will repeal all incorrect references in Section 16, members, and clarify eligibility for pension even in the event of death of a pensioner under the Act. Mr. Speaker, I commend the amendment bill to Parliament.
Honourable members, this bill requires a message from the Governor-General. The question is that the question we now put. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading. A bill for an act to amend the Parliamentary Members' Retirement Benefits Act 1997.
Honourable members, the bill requires a message from the Governor General. I now suspend proceeding until a message is received from His Excellency. Leader of Government Business. Sorry. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I ask Leave of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament establish a special parliamentary committee on alcohol-related violence in the country consisting of A, Honorable Ayatambo as Chairman, B, Honorable Elias Kapavoy as Deputy Chairman, Honorable Don Pole, Honorable William Tongap, Honorable Lawyer Boy Samuel, Honorable John Kauper, Honorable Alan Mart. 2, the committee shall conduct an inquiry report on alcohol-related violence in PNG with focus on community safety, preventative measures to reduce levels of alcohol-related violence, including its ramification. 3, when undertaking this inquiry, the committee shall inquire into the effectiveness on policies that are focused on addressing alcohol consumption, the sale and consumption of cheap alcohol drinks, the legislation governing the production of cheap alcohol and alcohol content, education campaigns, and in the role in cultivating effective social change in terms of community attitudes, the role of parenting in influencing the attitudes of young individuals towards alcohol consumption, and the economic cost of alcohol-related violence. 4, the committee shall take public submissions and consult with community leaders, educators, law enforcement, medical professionals, and liquor industry. The committee shall have powers to send for persons, papers, records, and acts during this recess. The quorum of the meeting of the committee shall be 3.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank members of this Honourable House, governors, ministers, members on this side as well as members on the opposition side. We've been faithfully attending this one-week session and dealing with key issues that we have on the floor, including debating some of the amendments and legislation that we've put through. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also take this opportunity to advise or put a notice that we have a session with the Electoral Commission and the staff from the Electoral Commission, including the Commissioner himself. He will be doing a presentation at the State Function Room, so I'm inviting members on this side, members on that side, to, if they can attend, and some of the key announcements, including the work they are doing in preparation for elections 2022 will be also stated there. If we have questions on how preparations are going or how the Electoral Commission itself is preparing for the 2022 elections, members, party leaders, individuals on this house can attend and ask those questions today at the State Function Room. So I'm inviting government side as well as opposition leaders. If you are keen on this, it will affect all of us during the 2022 elections. So I'm sending out an invitation to us leaders. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament as it's rising, adjourn until Tuesday, 22 February 2022 at 2:00 p.m. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now adjourn Parliament to 22nd February, Tuesday, 22nd February 2022 at 2:00 p.m.